Informiamo i gentili passeggeri che per treni in arrivo con ritardo da 30 a 59 minuti 4 ore dal viaggio, il diritto a ricevere un
È un treno in ritardo,
Ok. Parto? Hi, welcome to this Cosmos 10 anniversaries, taking stock and moving forward. Lorenzo Bosi said we should not be too much oriented towards remembering what we have done, but I want to start with some memories. First of all, I want to say something about how this conference emerged, which was rather bottom-up, as many things in Cosmos. A few months ago, Lorenzo Zamponi reminded us that in April it would be 10 years that Cosmos is working. So to use also concepts that Lorenzo Zamponi has developed in his work on memory, I think this conference is to a certain extent also a place of memory and of mnemonic practices. What we were thinking of doing was reflecting about what we have done until now, but especially with the help of Cosmos members and Cosmos friends to try to develop ideas about where to go in the future. In doing this, we were also reflecting a bit about what has been Cosmos in these 10 years. And I don't think that Cosmos has been a school because we have been quite eclectic from the theoretical point of view and quite plural methodologically to name us as a school. But for sure, we tried to stimulate debates. We have been, I think, quite curious about innovations, both in terms of new theories and in terms of social movements themselves. Quite inclusive, I would say, and quite dynamic. So we are entering probably a third step in the life of Cosmos, but Cosmos has already lived two sort of parts of its life, one at the European University Institute and one at the Scuola Normale Superiore. And I think the European University Institute was important because we started there, especially building upon my ERC grant. And it was a place in which many of the initial connections, networks, resources have been mobilized. But the Scuola Normale Superiore, where Cosmos now is and where it will remain, has been important in order to start to stabilize the potential that Cosmos had started to develop at the European University Institute. So with the possibility also to increase our resources and develop a more stable core at the Scuola, I think also the life at Cosmos has been enriched also by the potential to recruit students and members from many different parts of the world. And now we have applied, and we hope the applications will be successful, to have more recognitions within the Scuola as a structured laboratory, which would mean also more resources for doing things that until now have been done on a voluntary basis, from the websites to the organizations of the conference, the disseminations, and so on. So in this conference, in this memory place, what we have tried to do has been to develop thoughts around three main concepts that have been quite central in our research, looking at the micro level of mobilizations, at the meso level of communications and organizations, and at the macro level of democratic developments as the context in which social movements have developed. And we want at the end also to present very briefly the second editions of the Blackwell Encyclopedia of Political and Social Movements, which also is a place of memory, and it is a place to which several, almost all of the most senior Cosmos members have participated. In this, we couldn't be too inclusive because we had time constraints, but we tried to construct a sort of equilibrium between internal members of Cosmos in Florence and external colleagues that have been also very much involved in Cosmos life, who in many cases have also hosted projects within Cosmos and with whom we would like to discuss. This is just the first anniversary. There will be many others, and we will involve other colleagues. But for the moment, I think we have developed a program that would be interesting from the many perspectives which social movements have developed. So very few words on for those who are not within Cosmos, or what Cosmos is and what Cosmos does. We have organized Cosmos until now in 5 main areas: democracy, socioeconomic structures, communications, movement parties, and political violence. These have been core concerns for many of us. It is a quite networked, dense network structures, because many of us are involved in many of these fields. It is not exhaustive, and in fact, it could change in the future. We have several projects that were important for us. I wanted to include...
Sorry, Donatella?
Yes?
Lorenzo here. If you are trying to move the presentation, just to let you know that the presentation doesn't move to the following slides. It's still on the first page.
Now?
No, now we see like just yes, now yes.
Okay, then I move up. Is the list of the topics we have been concerned with.
Yes, yes.
And now, thank you, Lorenzo. I wanted to briefly show the web pages of all the program, but the websites were did not function in the last couple of days. So I just took a few, the few that we have started with, the demos projects on the development of visions and practices of Europe, Cry Out, that is one of the projects dealing with generational issues together with Eureka. But there are many, many more projects, and among the most recent that are also available on the web pages, there is Trapoco focusing, a Marie Curie network focusing on transnational dimensions of social movements. There is Ex-Euro, a project financed by the Volkswagen Stiftung on new forms of solidarities at the local level. There is a project financed by the region Toscana on anti-corruption from below. There is FIES, that is European Commission's project on feminism. There are a project on communications in pandemic time, COMPART, and there are many other projects also led by other colleagues. I also want to mention that among the projects are also work that has been done in the network on scholars at risk and a network of Italian universities for peace, in which several colleagues have been involved. So what do we do in Cosmos? We have to develop several activities, Cosmos Share, where people can present their work also at the initial stage, Cosmos Talks, in which many of you have participated, Movimenti del Mondo, Movement of the World, which is a series done with documentaries and debates on, to a certain extent, memories of movements. We have Cosmos conferences, seminars, and recently roundtables and summer schools. And in preparing these presentations, I was myself surprised about how much the people that have been involved in Cosmos have organized. We have done 54 Cosmos talks since 2017, so talking only about what we have done at the Scuola. We had 5 events of movements of the world, numerous events of Cosmos Share, 5 summer schools, and 57 conferences on different issues, always involving a large number of junior and senior scholars, all at the international level. So in the beginning, I had planned to show all the posters of these conferences, but it would have been impossible. I leave this for an historian to study. But I think just a quick look at these pictures shows how many and how different topics were addressed, involving more than 500 scholars in total at the moment. And also the Cosmos talks have been most important for us, and I hope also for the people who have presented their work, to try to broaden the spectrum of our interests. This is more or less what we do, what we have done, among others also hosting different colleagues at different stages of their careers, and we hope we can do this even more intensively in the future, where also a new palazzo will be available together with Palazzo Strozzi. So who has done Cosmos, who has developed these activities, often with a lot of input from below, a lot of enthusiasm for sure. Lorenzo, Manuela, Diego, Riccardo, Daniela, Lorenzo, Marco, Andrea, Anna, Enrico, Cinzia, Andrea, Martin, Herbert, Salvatore, and Lorenzo are some of them, but there are also others that have joined us, among them Francesco Bagnardi, Federico Alagna, Carlotta Cascialli, Gianni Del Panta, Federica Franzetta, Giuliana Sorci, who will be listed here in the next Cosmos anniversaries. But besides us, and so also the postdoctoral researchers, what is at the core of Cosmos activities as an institution that has been mainly focusing on doctoral programs have been the many PhD candidates. So Cosmos in all has been hosting more than 100 PhD students who have developed their work on, I would say, most of the topics that are relevant for social movement studies. At the Scuola Normale, the nationalities of the PhD students that have participated in the activities of the faculty since when it was born, and so at the activities of Cosmos have come from 14 different countries. And not only in Europe, even if Europeans are in the majority, and in each new generations, new topics, new theoretical interests have been emphasized. So these are some of the pictures of the PhD students that help us organizing conference, participates in the talks, but also give us continuous stimulus and ideas for the research, and later on remain part of the Cosmos community. This is in the enrollment year by year. Many faces, and as I mentioned, from many countries, and with different paths converging interests. And I invite all those external to Cosmos who are interested also to look in the websites at their specific type of interest and the research they have been developing. Many colleagues have also been involved in the juries, and many more will be involved in the PhD juries in the future. But as a place of memories, even if they are still very active, I also want to show the faces of the members of Cosmos, which is very, can say, broad definitions in which most of the PhD students and the postdoctoral researchers are represented. So once Cosmos, always Cosmos, for those who want it already. And here listed in alphabetic order, but each of the slides shows a mix of different generations that have participated in the activities of Cosmos in the last 10 years as doctoral students and postdoctoral students. So that's my experience in the last few years, as I think the one of many of you has been that almost in every place where I go for conferences, there are groups of Cosmos scholars who are now more seniors and have their own PhD students and are transmitting the interest for the topic we are addressing. So from the generations of PhD students and postdoc at TUI and at the Scuola, this is also an extremely international group, interdisciplinary, focus on different disciplines within the social sciences, and covering, I counted 24 countries for the members of the would say members of Cosmos more in general. And mentioning the countries is not just to say we are international, but also it's important, I think, for reflecting on the development of Cosmos, because it has meant including with each colleagues coming or going or being involved in activities in different countries, introducing more knowledge and also more perspective. Even if we are still very European oriented, of course, we try to go beyond. And I think the participations of the Cosmos members in the activities of Cosmos is most important for this. Last minutes of presentation, we are grateful for many and important influential colleagues who have been active in our advisory board. Helmut Anayer, Lance Bennett, Laszlo Bruce, Craig Calhoun, Nick Coldry, Kristen Davenport, Mario Diani, Klaus Eder, Olivier Fillieule, Bill Gamson, Marco Giugni, Jack Goldstone, Jeff Goodwin, Beth Klandermans, Bela Greskovic, Hans-Peter Krisi, Gary T. Marx, Doug McAdam, John McCarthy, Eddie Peterson, Alessandro Pizzorno, Dieter Rucht, Philip Schmidt, Matti Sisianen, David Snow, Susanne Stagenberg, Sidney Taro, Berta Taylor, and Michel Vieux-Viorca. We are very glad that they accepted to support us, and we will also in the future, even when we are transformed ourselves in a laboratory, more structured Cosmos, to have the help. So this is more or less what I wanted to say in these presentations, that Lorenzo Bosi told me it had to be short. I hope I was respecting the timing, and I go back to the program. So I leave the floor to the two Lorenzis for the continuations of the program in the morning. Then we have a break that we decided to be long, since we are online, and online conferences are not so easy to follow. And then in the afternoon, there will be 2 other sessions. So leave the floor to Lorenzo Bosi.
Yes, thanks, Donatella. I take the chair, and well, thanks Donatella for this introduction. Just let me add a few words before we start with the first roundtable. I must say that over these 10 years, I must admit that it has been a privilege to be part of this center. Let me thank, of course, Donatella, but let me thank also like all the people that have joined the Cosmos throughout these 10 years, who have enriched our research and our lives in these years, I must say. So, having said that, I think we can start with this first roundtable. The first of for today is dedicated to one of these small topics in the field, the micro-sociological question of individual participation in social movements. So not so small is one of those topics that has driven and will drive the the field in the future. Studies have stressed the relevance of social structural factors as social networks. Other scholars have referred to attitudinal psychological determinants of activism. Other scholars have underlined the role of biographical ability or identities. But what we want to and these are discussions that were there from the start, have shaped the field over decades. There has been like a further interest in the last decades on the topic of movement and individual participation, given the explosion of radical change at the contextual level. We have seen in the field also the introduction of new analytical approach and new methodological techniques to study this topic. There has been an interest in the transformation of the repertoires of action over the last decades, and the interest in other forms of engagement as well, apart from the mobilization phase. So these are topics that we will touch with four amazing colleagues who are colleagues as well as good friends of all of us, but also of Cosmos. So we will have Philipp Balsinger from University of Neuchâtel, Jennifer Earl from University of Arizona, Stefan Malthaner the University from Hamburger Institut of Sozialforschung, Stefan, correct me, Katrin from the University of Uppsala. So I have a return, but now looks okay. So maybe we have planned to organize roundtable with 2 rounds of discussion with the panelists, and then we will open, if we will have some time, but I hope so, for some question, comments from the audience. I guess that we can start from how, like, the macro is influencing the micro, or is affecting the micro. For sure, like over the last decade, we have experienced some important contextual change. You can think about the economic crisis, the pandemic crisis, nowadays the war in Iraq, the war in Ukraine, sorry. So social movement scholars have surely started, to investigate what are the answers of social movement to this structural change, and whether this change have shaped how individuals mobilize, and which type of individuals mobilize in social movements. I think I will ask to Katrin to intervene on this. We have worked on some projects that were regarding, in particular, the economic crisis and the effects of the economic crisis on political participation. So I'm sure that Katrin will provide us good insight of what is going on and what would be like the next steps for the research. Katrin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lorenzo, and thank you, Cosmos, for inviting me for the conference, the online. I just remember that I once tried to give a talk in Cosmos, and then I missed my flight and never ended up having a Cosmos talk. So I have my Cosmos talk thanks to Zoom, which is a very short answer now to the roundtable questions. And I'm really happy that this like we talk about these issues today, partly because, of course, there are so many projects going on about these different aspects of micromobilization or the role of social movements, and also in the case of different crises. And we do have so many different crises now to talk about. So in that sense, it's a really, even though maybe there has been always crisis, but maybe now they are kind of accumulating a bit different way. And Lorenzo told me that you need to talk about your own research, and luckily I don't have so much of the impact of different macro changes myself, or I haven't done so much of that kind of research. But when I try to look what we have done in the bigger projects and what others have done, I realized that I will not give you any names, because there will be people who will be very upset that I don't mention them, because there are so many of people who have written about these issues. So I will only mention a few, maybe like really older works, because what I thought that if we need to talk about the taking stocks and way forward, then we need to look also back, like what we know about micromobilization, just to start with, and then we build on that. And I was thinking that maybe, particularly in the political science, and maybe less among the social movement scholars, we have this classical study of the Verba and Brady, when they talk about why people do not participate in politics. And they have this very simplified idea that people do not participate because nobody asked, they cannot do that, and they don't want to. And this reason why it is framed exactly like they don't want to do that, or they cannot, or nobody asked, is that actually we have to remember that very few people participate in politics. Like, it is something which, as a social movement scholar, we sometimes maybe forget, but actually it's maximum 10% of people who demonstrate. Of course, there are more who vote, depending on the country, and depending on the times, like economic crisis and crisis, we know that there were definitely more people. But we have to kind of admit that there is something needed in order for people to come to the street. And this is, in that sense, I think it's good to talk about these reasons why they do not or do that. And these are particularly affected by these macro changes. And I think other of my colleagues here will talk more about this aspect of nobody asked, or the role of networks. We know the friends and social media. But I was thinking to focus a bit more on the two other aspects, and maybe just noting the cannot, of course, is related to a lot of the opportunities, but also individual level resources. And there we have the effect of crisis in terms of like different kind of crisis, but maybe the COVID restrictions as a specific thing in terms of opportunities where, you know, physically you were not allowed to go to the street. Of course, there are always illegal protests, and you can always do that. But in terms of really being able to do many of the things, the COVID-19 crisis is something which had a big effect on this kind of opportunity to mobilize physically. And then it led to the new different kind of repertoires, what you can do, combine the hybrid protest, which I think will be something to study further. But maybe even more, which sometimes we need to look further, is this aspect of people do not want to, or motivation for protest. And here I think there has been really a lot of discussions, and of course the economic crisis related project that Lorenzo mentioned, there we look this role of grievances and maybe the perceived injustice or relative deprivation aspect. But I think something which we sometimes forget, and what psychologists have added more, and also the social movement research more recently, this role of anger and emotions as a kind of motivator for protest participation. And there again is clearly, of course, related to the different kind of crises. The economic crisis, definitely. But I think these emotional reactions to the war in Ukraine is really a clear change now. And there I just want to bring one interesting example that my own country, Estonia, where you almost never see any big protests. It really, like, it is a country where we have very few protest actions until there were like in the late 80s, but now in related to Ukraine war, there were 30,000 people in the capital. This is like the first time ever since the re-independence. And there were people from different ideological spectrum. So this kind of, they were both like left-wing and even rather radical right-wing people coming to this, all to express solidarity with Ukraine people. And this is partly, of course, it was a idea of this kind of solidarity expression. It's an anger of the Russian behavior. So it's a kind of other different kind of motivation. But it's also this kind of, I think something what we need to look at, different kind of war protest, because I think when Lorenzo and I almost said the war in Iraq, then when we start to look who participates in war in Iraq protest or the anti-war in Iraq protest, and who participates in war in Ukraine protest, for example, in Estonian case, the Russian minority protest against war in Iraq, while they definitely don't protest so much in relation to war in Ukraine. So that these kind of tiny issues like who is participating and what are the reasons, I think are probably changing, and we need to look really at the motivation. I think I have 1 minute more, so I will sum up. So I think that there has been a kind of clear progress in, of course, in studying like the micromobilization, the role of macro changes. But what we need to do more is to look in this, what the psychologists, social movement scholars, and political scientists together have discovered, and combine that. Because I feel that we are like looking in all small corners, but we miss the bigger picture. And when you read the nice studies, then they end up in their own kind of echo chamber, and we don't move further because of we just look own cases. I can say maybe later more about the ideas how to do that.
Yeah. There will be a second round, also for some exchange of ideas between all of us. So I think Katrin was already like testing few things that we will touch during this roundtable, and obviously one thing is that social movement scholars, the literature has mainly like focused on political participation in protest and demonstration, but scholars have also like started to look at the other forms of political participation, or participation that is not strictly like political. And we have here one expert, Balsinger, who will illuminate us about repertoires that have adopted by individuals that are not strictly like related with protest or demonstrations. So Philip.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Cosmos. Happy birthday. It's great to see all these familiar faces. Too bad we didn't all gather in Florence, but maybe for the 20th we will do that. So yes, I wanted to say a few words about the transformation of action repertoires towards different kinds of forms of participation related especially to consumption and lifestyle. There's a few conceptualizations around this political consumerism, ethical consumption, some concepts that are very centered, the kind of a narrow view of consumption that have looked at that, and then other conceptualizations that are a little bit more encompassing to look at a broader range of alternative forms of participation, for instance, by looking at different kinds of organizations, like the Lorenzos here have talked about alternative action organizations, or Francesca Forno, she talked about sustainable community movement organizations. And there's also the idea of lifestyle politics that goes back to Giddens, of course, but that has been used again recently to talk about these other kinds of participations, or even the category of prefigurative politics has a partial overlap with this. So one of the questions, I guess, that is interesting here is to think about if this is actually a new form of participation, or if it has become more important, which is a question that is quite difficult to answer because there is the phenomenon and then there is the scholarly attention to the phenomenon, which has certainly become much more, has certainly grown a lot over the past decades, the scholarly attention, but that also the phenomenon grow. It's not so clear. For sure, there were previous periods where this kind of lifestyle politics was very important, the 60s and the 70s, counterculture, alternative cultures, where it was very present, but maybe not so much reflected in some work on social movements, although certain authors like Melucci has definitely talked a lot about these kinds of things, but has then been a little bit maybe put into the background of what social movement participation actually is. I guess what is clear is that today these kind of lifestyle politics has become again quite central for political participations. Often we relate it to changes in the context, the rise of certain movements, especially the anti-global movement, the indignados, opening of opportunities and then closing down, which led to a turn towards lifestyle repertoires. And a lot of people have started to more closely look at this. So I wanted to say a few words about what it means for the study of activism, and then maybe suggest a few avenues for research. So the first issue is a bit conceptual. How can we account for these forms of participation with dominant concepts of social movement studies? It's a bit difficult, a bit puzzling. I think it requires us to rethink a bit what action repertoires actually are. The classic definition from Tilly, for instance, about action repertoires as collective and public making of claims, it's difficult to integrate some aspects of lifestyle politics that are not necessarily public, not collective, not antagonistic. So we need a broader view of what action repertoires are. I think the notion or the concept of lifestyle politics can be quite useful to show that. Lifestyle politics refers to the politicization of everyday life, including ethically, morally, or politically inspired decisions about consumption, transportation, modes of living, etc. And what is interesting about the work that looks at lifestyle politics today, for instance, by Joost de Moor, who has worked quite a lot on that, is that it always shows that it appears that these repertoires take different forms, that they can be more or less individual, more or less collective. So it means that they are sometimes inserted into some collective action, but sometimes less so. And they can also be aimed primarily at lifestyle change as a goal as such, or they can be aimed more towards using lifestyle change to mobilize for broader goals. So there's always an interesting tension between individual participation and collective dynamics. A tension which I think is interesting also because it seems that at least some of these lifestyle participation forms can exist or endure in the absence of movement-driven collective dynamics, which would be more difficult to imagine for other forms of activism, like demonstrating, right? Cannot really imagine it outside of movement dynamics. It's because lifestyle politics can become harbored or nurtured by alternative institutions that can be closely connected to social movements and often are, like cooperatives, eco-villages, things like that. But they can also be connected to, or they can be less connected to social movements. They can be harbored by markets, for instance, organic food, now it's a market-based thing, or even by public policies who will who will encourage, for instance, people to take the train or cycle rather than take a car. So then it becomes ambiguous. And in a way, lifestyle politics repertoires are always linked to the study of movement outcomes, we could say, with all their ambiguity, which makes it challenging, especially if we want to give sense to these kinds of actions, right? If we want to give sense to how should we interpret it? Should it be seen as a political form of political participation, or is it something else, right? In demonstrating, that's usually not the big question. It's not so difficult. I mean, it's not controversial. We would label it as political. It's much more difficult with these kinds of lifestyle political repertoires. So I want to suggest a few research avenues. The first one is the question of how these consumption-related or lifestyle forms of participations are related, to other more contentious forms of political participation. There's been a lot of debate around that. The question is whether or not lifestyle politics signifies a shift away from traditional and also contentious forms of participation, so that people would turn away from this and instead just participate through their lifestyles. It's an empirical question. Pretty much the recent empirical literature is clear in saying that it is not the case, that lifestyle politics does not replace traditional public or state-oriented participation and also contentious participation. Lifestyle repertoire has political meaning by itself, and the same people often do all kinds of things. So the people who are very strong, let's say, participate very strong in consumer-related forms, also usually participate in more traditional social movement form of participation. So this is an important point to make, but I don't think it closes the debate. I think we should know more about when and why movement organizations turn to lifestyle politics and what this changes for them, and that the individual dynamics here, dynamics that I think may resemble Hirschman's insight of the shifting involvements between public and private engagement. Lifestyle politics can, on the one hand, become an entry ticket into more contentious actions, a gateway, but it might also be, I think, particularly interesting to study whether lifestyle politics is a way to maintain movement identities beyond being actively engaged, how this can play a role in abeyance, in the maintaining of movement communities, and more broadly, how movement cultures morph into consumer cultures and back again, how movement cultures and consumer cultures can be are linked together. Again, I think in the 60s and 70s, this was pretty obvious in the counterculture. It could be more complicated today because this alternative society that harbors lifestyle politics is much more broader, as I said before. So it's not so unequivocally alternative anymore. So this idea of movement culture and consumer culture today is more complex. So the second suggestion, if I still have 1 or 2 minutes, Lorenzo, I don't know, I think I'm running out of time, okay. The second suggestion is related to that. I think it's important to make differences in these lifestyle or consumer related forms. Often we just speak of, for instance, political consumers, but actually there's a very, very important differentiation going on. I speak about, in my work, more in economic sociology, I speak about moralized markets for goods that have moral qualities. And there we see that there's a very important distinctions between different kinds of moral products in these markets, or different kind of be related to participation, different ways to participate through lifestyles, through consumption. And the big surveys, for instance, who just ask, have you participated politically or ethically? They totally make this invisible. Just an example, for instance, the fruit basket kind of way of consume fruits and vegetables, where people have like a subscription and get fruit vegetables every week. Now we all, in every major or minor city, we find actually a variety of offers of this. So they all subscribe to a general goal of more sustainable agriculture, but we can have very fine-grained differences within that. It can be more green or more social. It can be a much more active involvement. And these, it's important, I think, to look at these differences, that this, it can be more or less inserted and part of the capitalist economy, this kind of participation through lifestyle, or it can be really very alternative. And it's very important, I think, to make these differences more visible, which might have implications as to whether or not we want to count it as participation in movement politics or not. That was my second. And the third one, just very quickly, I think it would also be interesting to look more closely at which kind of movements are actually related to these lifestyle politics and consumer-related forms. Most of the work now is about, broadly speaking, the environmental movement, the sustainability issue that is, of course, very, very importantly related to consumer issues, and where it's also very institutionalized. But it makes it also kind of narrow, the idea of lifestyle politics, if we only focus on that. Other movements use it too, and it would be interesting to focus more on that. Anti-racism movement, for instance, queer movements, feminist movements. Clearly, they also developed forms of lifestyle politics, but they might be a little bit different. They might be less related to consumption, maybe they're less commercialized. So I think another important research avenue would be to look at that from a broader view of different movements that use lifestyle politics. Thank you.
Thanks, Philip, also for these further avenues of suggestion for research. Of course, we will touch again few things that you have spoken also with Stefan regarding not only the mobilization phase, but the shifting forms of participation. But I guess that also your suggestions were also possibly leading to the digital sphere, and who better than Jennifer Earl, who is now visiting us at SNS, and I must say that he's one of the few that he's at Strozzi at the moment. So a real committed visiting can be something on digital activism and what is expected from us, in the future, in the next years. So Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I thought that perhaps if I was in Lorenzo's office this morning, I would feel much smarter. And so I have dutifully showed up. And I want to start by thanking Lorenzo and Donatella for inviting me to participate. This is a real honor of a birthday celebration to be part of. And I'm just so thrilled for all that you have accomplished in building a community and so many generations of work, and you should feel so proud. And I'm just really excited to be a part of celebrating that. To move to the remarks that Lorenzo asked me to think about, I wanted to start to sort of use the theme of looking back, looking forward, to maybe talk about some ways looking back that I think the literature on young people, and to some extent social media, but I'm not going to talk as much about that because of the next panel will have so much to say about it, that maybe the literature has sort of gotten wrong, and then looking forward about ways that we could all participate in improving our collective scholarship on those topics. Around young people's involvement in protest, while this will not be a view shared by many on this call or on this Zoom, in the literature overall, there really has been an undervaluing of the importance of young people, both empirically and theoretically, to social movements. And that comes in a wide variety of forms, from not highlighting youth involvement to thinking about youth involvement as confined in its specialness to campus protest or student protest, but in particular in one way that I think is very challenging, which is isn't restricted to social movement studies, but is a more general issue in many fields, thinking about political participation and civic participation, which is a sort of implicit endorsement of what's been called the youth deficit model. And the youth deficit model basically treats young people as really unable to succeed in their own action and the pursuit of their own interests, if their own interests are even acknowledged, without adult help and adult tutelage. And it really presumes that the major project of young people is socialization, not is learning and not advocacy of their own interests. And that, I think, manifests to young people in a way that is not so appealing. Because essentially it's a consistent message to young people that from their elders that they're doing it wrong. And this isn't a new phenomenon. Like if we look back to the United States in the late 50s, early 60s, with the start of sit-ins in the civil rights movement, there was a great deal of antipathy or at least reticence towards student protesters and young people who wanted to engage in sit-ins from others within the civil rights movement who felt that that was too radical of a tactic, that it was too problematic, that it was cause movement problems for the movement. Now, flash forward, 50 years, and we're still telling young people that they're doing it wrong. Although this time we tend to pick on the use of digital and social media by young people in order to engage in activism. I always invite a conversation or debate about the term slacktivism because I think it really undersells what digital and social media has to offer. But there are a lot of criticisms of young people that are, in my view, just a redoing of the criticisms that we've heard for decades, where older people shake their fingers at younger people and tell them that they're doing it wrong. So in my own work, as in the work of many people on this call who were involved in Eureka over here in 9 different nations, there's really been an effort to think about what are the consequences of that consistent messaging, to tell people you're not ready, you're doing it wrong, you're not ready, you're doing it wrong, you're not ready, you're doing it wrong. Now, why didn't you vote? Why aren't you out on the street? Why did your political activity not flip like a light switch from not being ready to all of a sudden you're ready? And then really putting a great deal of blame on young people for actually just responding to the messages that they have been very consistently delivered by our culture, by our politics, by our media systems about their readiness and their appropriateness for political action. And so, there's been a good deal of investigation, as I mentioned, by my own team, but also by Eureka and others, to look at how have young people responded to this. And the answer, at least in my own team's work, has been that they persist. They sort of continue to engage in activism, really despite all of the barriers that have been placed in front of them. But that they certainly have noticed that movements are not welcoming to them. And they've had a range of different reactions. As I mentioned, some persist, some route around. So the formation of groups like Sunrise is a direct response to the lack of welcome that young people felt in climate justice movements, but also by routing around in other ways, and some of the ways that were just talked about, by taking on alternative forms of action that are outside of movements, but also participating in movements, but outside of organizations. And this is, as my team is able to show, looking at online materials, this isn't surprising, given that the vast majority, and you would think digital and social media is a place where young people should feel especially welcomed. But actually, many movement presences online do not even acknowledge young people, or if they do acknowledge young people, they do so in a way that repeats what's going on in the more general culture, where it's elders telling young people what they should do, how they should do it, what they should be concerned with. So let me pivot now to what could be different if we look forward and we want to aspire to a markedly different literature that doesn't really form itself around this deficit model. What would that involve? And I think the first step is to take youth as a serious part of intersectional identities. We have become accustomed to realizing that racial, ethnic, national origin, immigration identities are important, and that gives unique experiences, assets, challenges. We should be thinking of youth as part of those intersectional identities. To put it differently, we need to realize that young people have, as young people, their own experiences, assets, and points of view, and that also young people are not a monolithic group, that young Italians, young Black Americans, young people from different backgrounds and experiences themselves have their own experiences, assets, and points of view. And so I think that if we were to really start to think about youth as an identity, we would get much farther. The second thing that I think we could do is really invite and listen. Much of social movement activity towards youth is towards youth. It directs them, it treats them as labor, it invites them to participate in pre-formatted events, but without much solicitation of what those events should be about, how they should be organized, who should be leading them. And so a second major thing is, if you're going to recognize that a group is distinct and it has its own experiences, you should try to listen to those experiences. Certainly, second wave feminism is an example of a movement that was really turned under by not realizing that there were many different women in a women's movement, and ignoring the experiences of Black women, for instance. And we should not be ignoring the experiences of young people. I know that I'm almost at time, so I'll say just a third thing, which is to sort of give a model for how to do this. I think that we should be thinking about ally-based models for how to think about the role of older people in supporting younger people in movements. So not a teacher model, but an ally model, because an allyship model acknowledges that the group that you're allying with and the individuals that are part of that group have their own interests, they have their own concerns, they have their own capacities. And you may not be able to anticipate all of those because you don't necessarily share those experiences. And so your role is to help support their voice as opposed to take or co-opt their voice. And I think if we were to think about an allyship model as an example of what movements should do and of what we might want to think about our scholarship reflecting, it would be quite important. This translates methodologically, and Lorenzo, I shall finish in 30 seconds. This translates methodologically into really positioning youth and other social identities as central to understanding micro level participation, the development of organizations as a result of that, understanding the context. So for instance, understanding better K through 12 school protests, not just college protest. And if time allows during Q&A and this I have a number of projects that I could mention that are ways of advancing that. But I think if really thinking about this allyship model and trying to understand at a deeper level how young people have an impact on movements is the way to move forward in this area. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jennifer. Amazing. I think, we have touched the dilemma whether we have a participation, non-participation, touch the new forms or new repertoires of participation, digital activism, youth participation. For sure, in the last decades, social movement scholars have as well, started to focus not only on the mobilization phase of participation in social movement, but other forms of activism as well. But they have also started to look at different forms of engagement, the radicalization, transfer, the institutionalization, the abeyance, disengagement, and other forms. So we have here an expert that is Stefan Malthaner, who will ask regarding forms of engagement, life trajectories of activism. I guess that they can give some suggestions regarding where we come from and where we go.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Actually, I thought that for this short input, I would rather draw on my more recent work on kind of participation in large-scale protest events, more specifically participation in confrontational or militant protest events. Because I think this work or this line of research could bring also interesting impulses into research on participation more generally. And I would like to raise 3 points. We have been asked to suggest ways forward for the literature. I don't know, I'm not so sure. These people have been doing work on this in the past and are currently also doing work on this, but I think there's more to be explored here with respect to these points. So my first point is the situational dynamics of participation. And this, I think, is really interesting because we in social movement studies, but also in work on political violence more generally, we have been thinking about participation mainly in terms of activist careers, processes of joining activist networks, organizations, etc. But we can think about participation also in terms of participating in actual protest activity in collective action. In my work, participation in confrontations during large-scale protest events or urban collective violence, for example. And when we think about participation in this way as participation in action, then there's a distinct situational dimension to participation, which I think is very important. And there are many people who take part in these events who are not part of organized structures, who have been kind of drifting in the margins of a movement. Some people who join certain activities more or less spontaneously, and even committed activists may do or may participate in certain types of actions, which they didn't plan to do before or which they haven't done before ever. To make it short, kind of collective action is not just activating a pre-decided a repertoire of action that has been decided on before, but it is also kind of a process of dense situational interactions in the moment of these encounters. And there's, of course, a tradition of crowd psychology, which takes the situational view on things. But as a field, I think we have rejected this tradition with very good reasons. But there are other ways to think about the eventfulness, as Donatella has called it, of protest and the internal dynamics of collective action, as Javier Ollero has called it. And this includes things like kind of the spatial dynamics of interactions with the police, situational processes of meaning making, of how people make sense of what happens as it happens, including how they apply and revise interpretative frameworks during these events, This also includes things like situational boundary activation, if you want, the impact of intense emotional experiences, and the interactive construction of a line of collective action during the event itself. So I will keep this short. My point is that collective action has not only to do with movement and campaigns, but also with the people and bodies in the streets. And there's a situational social structure and a situational dynamic to what's happening. To collective action as it plays out in the moment, if you want. And I think it's important to conceive of participation also in this sense as actual embodied collective action and interaction. And this has also to do with what are these people in the streets? And this is kind of the formation of a situational collective actor is kind of a process that requires a lot of interactional work and a lot of interactional meaning making in the event itself. So that's my main point here. And the second actually is very, very closely linked to this first point. And this is the power of the lived experience, if you want to call it that way. Protests and collective action are eventful, as Donatella has shown in various papers. They are heightened times for those participating, and not only have a dynamic of their own, but also have huge impact on subsequent trajectories of activism, including high-risk activism. And in my work, I have been again and again really been astonished by the power of the lived experience, the bodily experience of participation and protest, of movements, of moments of solidarity, of confrontations with the police, the experience of being arrested for the first time, etc., in shaping individual trajectories. And these experiences often represent dramatic turning points or initiate kind of a gradual shift in perspectives and changes in trajectories. The reason, of course, is that these are heightened times of dense and emotional experience. And in my research, I like to call this, or participants experience, experiences of truth. So often what you see is that people had or held a notion of their enemy, of the situation, of the police as repressive, kind of in the abstract. They believed this to be true in the abstract, but the power of suddenly realizing things, of the evidence of witnessing a situation, of experience a confrontation with the police, is overwhelming. And it's like, now we know for real. This is one of the sentences that I really hear a lot of in interviews. And I think this type of evidential evidence is hugely important for the way frames of interpretation are reshaped during protest events. Also try to keep this point short. So I think there's an experiential dimension to processes of participation and radicalization, which has not been fully explored, I think, in the sense of the lived bodily experience of activism and confrontations, but also other kinds of encounters and moments that give meaning to frameworks of interpretation. And exploring this dimension further, I think, also allows us to develop an understanding of how in participation this emotional and affective dimensions are closely interlinked with more cognitive and interactive dimensions of activism. And finally, and very briefly, because I think already the time limit, is agency, which of course is one of the oldest topics that have been discussed in this field of research, but still, it's still amazing how much there is still to be discovered and explored, because of course, we all know about how activists in the process of becoming and sustaining their careers in activism actively shape their trajectory, shape networks, seek out spaces and influences in a way. But at the same time, I would say, when we talk about how network ties and social ties shape activist careers, there's much more to be explored, to explore with respect to the way how activist careers and activists in their careers actually create networks. So participation is at the same time space making and network making. And it's the individuals in the process of micro-mobilization who create the networks on which their own process of, 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 I keep this very short. The rest of my comments I spare for the methodology section later on. And so it's back to you, Lorenzo. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. And actually, your suggestions allow us also like to say something regarding you were like referring to the importance of protest events and how like they shape activist and activist careers. I'm see these possible like subfield very strictly related with biographical activism, and this reminds me that during the process of organizing the conference, we were also like inviting and two colleagues and very good friends of Cosmos and of all of us, Marco Giugni and Olivier Fillieule, who couldn't be like with us today, but who we like like to mention as good friends of Cosmos. I would suggest now like to move to the methods part, but I would also like suggest to the four colleagues not to limit to the methods, whether like they want to also interact with each other. We have I would say like 5 minutes each, very short time for like introducing reflection or suggestions, but let's try to be quick in order to see whether there is a space for some further question. Let's say like I would not need to introduce each of you again, but we use like this we start with Jennifer, then Philip, Stefan, then Katrin, and we then open the floor for further questions and comments.
Thanks. I will try to be brief because I do want to make sure that we have plenty of time for interaction. I really enjoyed each of the presentations and found them valuable reflections and also ways to think about moving forward. For this round of the panel, Lorenzo charged us with thinking about what are some methodological things that we need to think about moving forward. And for me, this is around young people, is primarily focusing on ways to, I know this is going to sound like a grand claim, but that's okay. I'm okay with trying to make a grand question and then find out empirically that it's right or wrong. But I think we should aspire methodologically to test whether young people or other intersectional identities are as important to social movement processes as other things that we have acknowledged as central to social movement processes, like social movement organizations. So, there's an industry of work on the way in which social movement organizations influence almost any process, right? Or, to honor the magnificent contributions of many people on this call. Likewise, there are ways in which we think about networks as being central to how so many different social processes involved in movements operate. And I think that at this moment, there is a general call, and I'm applying it to young people, but I think one could think about it in terms of social identities more broadly, to really build on the work that has gone into studying collective and individual identities, but to combine that with work on marginalization and social position, to really think about how young people or other groups of people may be central in social movement processes in ways that really help to push our research forward. And that doing that actually first requires even recognizing where young people are in those social processes. So for instance, a project that I have been working on for about a year or so is trying to identify in dynamics of collective action data and in the American data that is more recent on crowd counting consortium and Count Love data, identifying events at which young people were participants in those events. There are some markers, but it turns out there's actually far more young people participating than the onboard markers indicate. And also identifying when people are protesting around issues that are to the benefit of young people, whether or not young people are involved in those protests. And then trying to do that on these contemporary data that start with 2017. And the goal of that is to be able to really position how important young people empirically have been, both historically and contemporarily. And the numbers of the percent of events at which young people are involved is really quite stunning in both data set, or in all three data sets. But it also is not just a matter of description, of being able to count, for instance, the percentage of events that have young people at different moments, like the percentage of events that have social movement organizations, but also to understand that those events with young people, or those movements with higher percentage of young people participating in protest events, are there different processes there? Does tactical innovation work differently? Does repression work differently? Does the role of organization work differently? You can see how this moves the set of methodological questions away from recognizing that there is a group who's playing a role, to revisiting methodologically, empirically, how we understand that role operates across all of the processes that we study. And I think that that's the trick for the next pushing forward of this work on young people, is to not just theoretically and empirically descriptively acknowledge their presence, but to begin to embed that in all of the processes that we study, by being able to capture that in the data that we're used to using. And of course, I hope that people may be interested in doing that in data and European data sets. And I would be happy to, collaborate with people who would like to get some access to some of the tools that we've built to try to identify young people in data. Thanks.
Thanks, Jennifer. Let me remind that we are recording. Philip?
Yes, thank you. Also, I thought it was really inspiring to listen to all of you, your points. I think what Jenny just said kind of is probably a bit similar to the kind of point I wanted to make, although mine will be less elaborate, because I haven't really thought of it that much, and I haven't worked on it precisely. But the methodological point I wanted to make was also to kind of like develop more of a social movement perspective on these lifestyle politics repertoires, which I think would be really a way to move forward. One of the things I thought about was to use these career perspectives that we have on activism, and to apply it also to lifestyle kinds of activism, consumer-related action forms. For instance,
we have some problem with Fillieule. I think it has frozen. Maybe we can move to Stefan, and then we see if Philip will get a better connection soon. Stefan?
Yeah, of course. Maybe I just provide some comments on video data, because this has become somewhat fashionable, also coming from research on so-called riots and collective behavior, etc., where this has been done before, and now it's being used a bit more on urban collective violence or urban collective action and protest events. And I think this is really interesting. So I think it's really interesting to look at situational dynamics also via video footage of this certain situations. But just maybe to make this point, this can also be deceiving. So it conveys the impression that you know what's happening because you saw it on video footage. But in my experiences, is indispensable to combine video analysis with ethnography, or at least with interviews with participants. So because and this really an experience that I had when I did this work on the G20 in Hamburg. What you see on the video footage the impression can be entirely different from when you are in the situation, just in terms of the spatial layout of the situation, distances, etc. But in particular, when you talk about meaning making in the situation, so then interviewing participants, and ideally, of course, during the event itself, I think is an excellent way of combining or of triangulating with video analysis, and also kind of finding ways to get at situational or meaning making in the process or in the event itself as different from later narrative constructions of the event. Because what we also saw when we did this research is that how events were interpreted, the meaning they were given changes over time quite radically, and several times over time. So it's at the day of the event, it's different from one day after, then a couple of weeks later, a couple of months later. So this narrative construction of the event is constantly changing. So I think it's really interesting to try to get closer to this process, not in the sense that it's the only authentic version would be the one during the moment itself, because I think also later constructions are very important because they shape how you what you learn from it, how you engage in subsequent encounters. But at the same time, it's interesting because people, what I really saw in my work is that people construct a line of action, they construct an understanding of who we are, of boundaries, of themselves as a collective actor in the event, and they need to construct a collective actor in the event to be able to do things. And this is really an interesting process, and to capture this needs, I think, innovative methodological approaches, and combining video analysis with other more traditional ways of doing research on protest events, I think is very interesting. Maybe just
thanks, Stefan. Maybe we get back to Philip in order to allow him to finish.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize. I guess
Philip seems that still doesn't work.
It wasn't working, so I just kept talking. I was gonna say, so what the fuck? Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Now, yes. Try.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So I was gonna talk about careers in lifestyle politics, or in specific kinds of consumption forms, for instance, how people enter them, how they get socialized into it, and how especially they are capable to maintain them over time. And I think this would be a very interesting research methodologically to do, bring together the career perspective and link it to studies in sustainable consumption that show how sustainable consumption forms are very much related to life course events. And I guess in my view, that would be a promising thing to do with regard to lifestyle politics today. So yes, a social movement perspective in this regard.
Thanks a lot, Philip. And we close this second round with Katrin.
Right, yeah, I think really the presentations have been great, and we get inspired. I think my kind of idea of going further is a bit related to the similar idea what Jennifer said, what she's already doing. But I really think in terms of this motivation, like why people participate or why they don't, and going back to that, and how the previous work, what we have done, often relies on these different kind of surveys. And when we have a population-wide surveys, which cannot capture, obviously, the emotional part of the motivation. It only captures usually maybe the idea of the efficacy or perceived efficacy, and maybe sometimes also the kind of ideological values or norms. And then when we look for those protest surveys, like the surveys done in the place of the protest, or surveys with protest activists, then these obviously capture them and maybe more of the emotions and the other aspects that are on spot. So my idea would be that in order to really know why some people do that, protest, and why they those who maybe should protest or have all the reasons to do that, but they don't, we haven't been able to capture that. And I think this, what Jen suggests, the combining the protest event research, which is getting better and better, with these two types of surveys, the population survey and the protest survey on spot, that would be some kind of the one way to do quantitatively. But maybe even like taking one step further and really trying to find out these populations who should have done something, but they haven't, and then focusing on these, combining that with the interviewing as well. And I've seen that now more done with the Fridays for Future activists, or maybe the young people who were expected to be part of these protests, but they didn't go there. And then have had a few students who really looked at those people from different networks, looking from friends and friends of friends, to these kind of snowballing events. And you see the typical reasons, obviously, what we have already seen in the prior research, like the lack of resources, like time and other aspects. But I think we still kind of missed the idea that we haven't combined these different sources together. And if we do that, maybe we get at the picture. Maybe also adding the fact what Jen now said, that they're focusing only on the young people, or that general idea of the identity. So my kind of maybe method suggestion would be to combine different methods much more than we have done before, and really thinking that we have fantastic sources already, like and also comparative sources nowadays, like not only US have perfect sources, but also European sources to do the comparative research is there, and we have done it too little. I stop here.
Yes, we have done little, but we will for sure do better after this round table. I'm sure that all the presentation and the comments from the four panelists have been great, inspired all of us. So my suggestion is, to take question, comments. If we have something from the audience, feel free to raise your hand, write in the chat, show your face in the video. We are happy to have some exchange.
Can I say something?
We have Mario, and I think there is also Donatella after. We take a few questions. So Mario, the floor is yours. Mario is a professor at SNS, so he's another member of Cosmos. So Mario.
Thank you. Thank you for this wide-ranging state-of-the-art of different direction of work on the microdynamics. The question that I would like to, I'm curious about is your thinking about the connection between individual identities and collective identities, which I know is a very big question, but it seems to me that there is a strong transformation in recent developments with the increasing individualization of trajectories also in the field of mobilizations. So my question is, how important do you consider this shift towards more individualized identities? And do you see any efforts, organizational or individual or cultural, for rebuilding some elements of a more collective identity. Thank you.
It's Mario. We have Donatella and then Mario Diani.
Thank you all. A very small short comment that I think would apply also to the next sessions. It's about the methodology. And I think that's what all of you have mentioned, is that our methodologies are not sufficient to capture types of actions and type of activists and type of activities that are more and more relevant. I think that in this, the directions are multiple in order to improve. One mention is introducing and making more systematic use of a new type of technique like video data analysis, ethnographic methods, and so on. But I think also we can think about how to adapt some of the methodologies that have been more widespread in order to have better results considering these changes. And I think that both on protest event analysis and on surveys and demonstrations, this adaptation can be done. In the case of protest event analysis, moving beyond media, and in the cases of surveys at protest, including activities that we didn't think.
Okay, thanks, Donatella. Just a reminder to everyone who is not speaking or raising questions. Maybe it's important that you yourself. Otherwise, there are like strange sounds. But we have Mario who wants to comment, raise a question.
Yeah, I will. Thank you. Nice talks. I was thinking a couple of issues. If you think of where to go, I think we should first of all think about stretching conversation with people studying forms of participation in collective activity in other fields. There is a whole. Well, I mean, what I'm saying, what you're saying, there is a lot of studies done, for example, in the field of voluntary action, participation in communal activities, etc. And we don't really talk to them. I not say. I think broaden the conversation also, because I think we can be more influential. Going into, we have got a lot of things to say about people working on fields which are close to our own, rather than sticking to a conversation among us. Because my impression is, if you think in terms of mechanism behind recruitment, for example, drivers of participation, honestly, I think we're pretty much done, frankly, in many ways. Whereas we've done quite an immense amount of work. I was listening to references to the role of networks in securing participation. Yeah, that's fine, but I don't think we can stretch it much more if we remain only directly focusing on involvement in participation. The other thing is regarding participation, which has also been pointed out, is precisely trying to map the extent to which people connect the different fields, different areas of activity. Yet again, that cuts across the boundaries of protest politics and the protest cultural milieu. And I think, call it intersectionality, as the fashionable terms, call it a Simmelian analysis of interlocking, intersecting social circles. Anyway, I think that's another way in which we definitely need to expand our attention. We have done work, but there is much more to do. Also, thinking about digging out evidence from available data sets.
Thanks a lot, Mario. And I would suggest, if there are no further questions and comments, who wants to pick Mario's Pianta question, and who wants also like to further respond to the comments of Donatella and Mario, or we can take their comments as part of this roundtable. That is perfectly fine. I leave to the 4 panelists who still has some energies to respond, to comment. A few minutes
first, so I'd like to give
so
somebody else the opportunity to go first.
If you want, I can say a few words about this identity question.
That would be great.
Yes, I mean, maybe not so much identity, but definitely, I mean, for the lifestyle politics, this idea about collective and individual identities, or certainly practices, is very present. But my methodological suggestion to look at the careers in these practices is also related, I think, to see how much actually they come together with protest behavior, with different kinds of consumer-related forms of participation, how they come together, but also how every individual trajectory will lead to different kinds of things that are combined. And so I guess that it's certainly it will certainly be very characteristic of the time we live in, that the individual combinations will be very different, but I guess it would be interesting to also try to find patterns and different types maybe of people can be more or less engaged. And so we would have something that is neither totally collective nor totally individual, but somewhere in between. So it also relates, I think, to what Mario Diani said about mapping the ways people participate, the different ways, the organizational, individual ways, and all that. And I think now we're not so good at that yet. I guess we could get better at that for sure, with different kinds of methods. Yeah.
Thanks, Philippe.
Maybe a short comment on this point, just from the perspective of the empirical research on protest events, on large-scale protest events. It's that for participants, how they experience these moments, the notion of collectivity, of being part of many, is overwhelmingly important. So for them, just the realizing that we are not alone, but that many others think like us, is one of the most profound experiences when participating in one of those events. I think this really very much relates to what you were saying, in the sense that obviously there is this element of being more isolated, being kind of more these particular identities maybe being more prevalent, but at the same time, what is experienced as empowered or powerful then in the moment is being part of this collectivity. At the same time, however, what I found interesting in my research is that this is being transformed in the moment. So what I also hear in doing the interviews and in ethnographic work is that people are saying that in this moment we feel a closeness to others, however they might think about the police, about even if they're unpolitical, even if they don't support our aims at all. But now we are here, we confront the police, and this is what makes us this unity. So I find this also very interesting that we think about identity very much more on a more permanent basis. But when you look at the dynamics of protest events, there's also a situational identity that is created in the moment.
Thanks, Stefan. Jennifer, Katrin, do you want to add something? Are you happy with that, Katrin?
I would just say one thing which maybe we talk most about micromobilization, I know, but one thing we forget is also that there is a reaction, and Stefan now mentioned the police, but also we have obviously the political leaders who sometimes respond and sometimes, or quite often, don't. And I think this idea of how much the impact or what kind of effect the different kind of actions can have it obviously is important for the micromobilization as well. And particularly in terms of the different kind of events, something which I forgot to say is that when we do these great surveys and all that, we never ask exactly which kind of protest you went. We just asked, you know, did you participate in the last 12 months? And this lack of the specific issue, what was it all about? I think this is a kind of lack in our research. We really don't know why they did it and what was, and then the protest event research would help, obviously, and the kind of combining these data would be much more helpful. Because now I'm looking for for example, these anti-war protests. It's really clear that nobody expects those protests to stop the war, while obviously there are different types of protests where you have this kind of really specific problem-related protests where people expect the outcome. And I think these we can't lump them together and just talk about similar kind of events from the micro perspective either.
Thanks, Katrin. Jennifer, do you want to close?
Sure, thank you. So I think there have been so many good suggestions. I wholeheartedly agree with the recommendations of other panelists in terms of where to go. I think combining multiple different kinds of data is really important. And in particular, I think one thing that is to me, an open, specific question that hasn't been discussed yet, but touches on some of these points, is finding ways to leverage how people end up protesting from different pathways than we expect. So although we all know empirically from work by Blee and Munson and others, Corrigal Brown, that people sometimes get involved in protest through non-protest network ties. So someone invites them to a protest event. They weren't into that issue before they were invited. They may, in Munson's work, even have opposed that issue before being invited. And then through the process of participating, they come to align themselves with the movement and then begin engaging more. I think that when we think about young people, it puts even more emphasis on thinking about ways to leverage those alternative pathways, not because young people are deficient, but because those pathways that have traditionally brought people into activism are relatively more blocked for young people than other people. And than older people. And so it makes things like coming in through fan activism or through celebrity or through digital and social media or from other forms of participation much more important to understand. And so I think that thinking about how we can I guess, capture the lived experience of people, not just their ideational sense of self or identity or collective identity, but how are those social positions reflected in their experiences, and then how they engage, finding methodological ways to really focus on, identify, understand those alternative pathways, I think is also an important thing that hasn't, that touches on some of the remarks, but maybe hasn't surfaced yet.
Well, great. Let me thank all the four panelists, Jennifer, Katrin, Stefan, and Philip. I must say that, as you know, we will further exploit you and your work in the next weeks, months. Jennifer will be like our next speaker at one of the Cosmos talk on the 27th of April. With Stefan, we are organizing a conference in October at Strozzi on a processual approach. And for sure, with Katrin and Philip, we will soon reach you for further activities that we have in mind with Cosmos. So let me thanks the four of you, and I would say we are finishing also a bit earlier. That is good in order to have a bit more time as a break, and then start again at 11:45 for the communication and social movement roundtable, who would be chaired by Lorenzo Zamponi. I think we can stay on Zoom and probably just mute your microphone and stop your video, and we will meet soon in 20 minutes. Best, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yes. Welcome back. Our second session will be dedicated to communication in social movements, and we'll try to reflect together on all the issues that have to do with symbolic and discursive and communicative components of collective action. Research on social movements as signifying agents involved in dense networks of sense-making, symbolic, discursive, and communicative practices as being among the core innovations of our field in the last few decades. And in particular, in the last decade that we celebrate today for Cosmos' 10th anniversary, we've seen the development of several debates and the exploration of new paths forward on such issues as the role of digital media in organization and mobilization, the agency of movement actors in media practices, the tensions between networked individuals and collective belongings, the transformation of the public sphere, the mediation of memories and identities, and many more. We will follow the same format that we've used in the previous session, discussing these issues with four guests. We have Marco Deseriis from the Scuola Normale Superiore, Alice Mattoni from the University of Bologna, Elena Pavan from the University of Trento, and Hans-Jörg Trenz from the Scuola Normale Superiore as well. The structure will be the same we used forward before. So we're going to have two short rounds, the first focusing on different thematic issues, and the second one more on methodological practices. First of all, we will have Marco Deseriis, and the topic on which I will ask him to intervene will be, of course, one of the components on which he focused his research in the last decade, so the role of digital participation in contemporary politics and how research on this issue has been evolved in the last decade. Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll just say that I'll take a little longer in my first round, about 8-9 minutes, and then more like 6-7 as in the second one. But I think we have a little more time, right? Than you say initially. So my talk wants to reflect on the relationship between social movements and institutional politics by focusing on the role and function played by digital media, and in particular by digital platforms in the mass mobilizations of the past decade, and the impact of the very same media on democratic participation and formal organizations. In particular, the question that I'd like to address is whether the mass use of digital platforms for political participation has contributed to democratize the public sphere and political systems. Of course, this is a big question which cannot be roundly assessed in few minutes. However, we can try to approach this problem by breaking it down into smaller units. I would say that the impact of digital platforms on democratic politics has been discussed in three main areas: the impact of digital platforms on the quality of online discourse, on collective action, the second area, and the third one is on political parties and political systems. On the first element, I'm not going to say much other than digital and social media platforms have often been praised for their inclusivity, much less so for producing a type of online discourse that is highly fragmented, polarized, and often moderated and managed and owned by unaccountable administrators. Considering that the data produced by social media users are owned by private corporations, which are by and large in the business of delivering users' data to advertisers, including political marketing firms, it is quite difficult to speak of a digital public sphere in the Web 2.0 environment or of a network sphere. Rather, as Shoshana Zuboff and others have pointed out, mass data collection is a form of primitive accumulation whereby digital corporations build powerful information asymmetries, not only between themselves and platform users, but also between platform owners and state actors. Can you hear me?
In 600 meters, turn right.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Okay, at the same time, and this is the second area which concerns the relationship between digital platforms and collective action, and I'm going to spend more time on this. There is little doubt that digital platforms abate the cost of political participation for both individuals and collectives on multiple levels. For example, a number of empirical studies have shown that the use of social media is a significant predictor of the likelihood of participating in protest events. Indeed, social media often inform people of the existence of protests and of the opportunity of joining them. Furthermore, social media weaken the authority of political elites by allowing ordinary citizens and minority groups to form network what Sarah Jackson has called network counterpublics and put governmental policies and official versions of events into question. Thirdly, social media allow activists and include participants without requiring them to enter a formal affiliation with an organization. In short, they make protests visible. Second, they set favorable conditions for the formation of counterpublics. And third, they lower the cost of participating in collective action. And as we know, the mass mobilizations of the past decade, Arab Spring, Occupy, Indignados, Gezi Park, Gilets Jaunes, Umbrella Movement, Fridays for Future, and Kong Movement, among others, have heavily relied on social media platforms, which seems to provide an empirical evidence to support these claims. At the same time, scholars who tend to be skeptical of the power of social media generally observe that because social media are largely built around weak ties, they do not lend themselves to support the type of high-risk activism, which is predicated on strong social ties and which is the engine of social revolutions and epoch-defining movements such as the civil rights movement, for example. A variation of this argument is that since social media are designed to promote viral and buzzy content, they are a powerful vehicle for publicizing attention-grabbing events, such as flash mobilizations and mass protests. However, participating in a gamified system that promotes content design to elicit short-term reactions can distract activists from other important tasks, such as building strong organizational foundations and developing a long-term strategic vision of social change. In short, because social media enable loose affiliations, require a low level of commitment, and promote content that is often spectacularized and devoid of context, they are not adequate to support social movements whose ultimate goal is the transformation of society. Scholars who tend to value the impact of social media on collective action respond to these criticisms with two observations. First, they note that social media are not a replacement for traditional mobilizations, such as street protests and actions of civil disobedience, but enable online mobilizations, which are distinct from and possibly complementary to offline mobilizations. Second, digitally enabled mobilizations are characterized by distinctive logic of their own, which Bennett and Segerberg have famously theorized as the logic of connective action, as compared to the logic of collective action theorized by Mancur Olsen in the 60s. The logic of connective action drastically abates the organizational costs, allowing people to coordinate and act in concert with no need of physical co-presence, simultaneous action, or direction from above. This means that individuals can become politically active without joining an organization, sharing the same physical location, and even the same ideological vision of society. As a result, connective mobilizations appear to be of two types. They are either issue-based, or when they emerge in connection to social movements, they are often held together by broad and inclusive action frames, such as We Are the 99%, within which social media users can easily insert their personal motivations. There is little doubt, however, that even as digital platforms provide an infrastructure that lowers the barriers to action and replaces some resources and capabilities of traditional organizations, they do not fully serve as organizing agents of the crowd, as Bennett and Segerberg have it. Indeed, activists still need to make some collective decisions about the management and editorial line, for example, of collective social media accounts. Similarly, although social bring online crowds into being through functionalities such as hashtags and shares, the definition of the politics of online crowds is never a frictionless and emergent, but often involves disagreements among participants. In short, organizationless organizing does not coincide with automated organizing, insofar as collective divisions remain and decisions and divisions, remain an unavoidable dimension of politics. From this perspective, it is also worth noting that while social media can help scale collective action, they typically lack decision-making functionalities. For this reason, social movement and technology activists have designed software tools such as Deseriis, Lumio, Liquid Feedback, which facilitate public participation in the making of collective decisions. Over the years, these tools have been adopted by formal organizations with the ostensible goal of empowering the members, and by representative institutions with the aim of consulting citizens. In this way, software tools that were initially designed to scale and institutionalize social movement demands for real democracy have quickly migrated from the realm of social movement politics to the realm of institutional politics. As the use of these media contributed to democratize political organizations and political systems, to this question, this depends on how we define democratization, which, as we know, is a complex concept. For example, Bimber, Flanagan, and Stoll argue that digital technologies weaken 4 types of inter-organizational barriers for ordinary party members, facilitating access to information, multiplying networking opportunities, and at least potentially opening up agenda setting and decision-making processes to ordinary members. In other words, if reduced transaction costs can flatten hierarchies in collective action, they can also, in line of principle, flatten hierarchies within political organizations. In this respect, not only digital technologies pave the way for a politics without organizations, but they also, as Karf has argued, offer the possibility of organizing through different organizations. I will explore this concept more deeply in my second intervention. For now, I just want to observe that several studies, including my own, have shown that expanding the opportunities for participation of ordinary party members does not necessarily translate into a higher quality of intra-party democracy. To put it differently, the fact that contemporary organizations are becoming increasingly digital does not necessarily mean that they're also becoming more democratic. To sum up, in this first contribution, I've introduced a reflection on the impact of the mass use of digital platforms on the quality of online discourse, on collective action, and on political parties. Certainly, the area in which digital platforms have shown a potential for democratization is the area of collective action. This has generated, in turn, software tools which are now considered integral to the arena of participatory politics and democratic innovations. The question that I will try to explore in the second intervention is how far did these tools go, and how we can analyze the relationship between digital democratic affordances and the institutions of representative democracy from a methodological standpoint. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marco. Now we can lead the floor to Alice Mattoni, and obviously to her I will ask a simple but complex in potential answer question. So how are we doing regarding the analysis of media practices in social movements?
Thank you, Lorenzo. Can you hear me? And can you
Yes.
hear me well? Okay, great. Thanks. And thanks for the invitation. I'm really glad being here. And what I want to discuss in this comment that I have now is, first of all, starting from recognizing that I think it is now more than 20 years that social movement studies embraced in a more systematic way the idea that digital media and media of all kinds are relevant for social movements and are relevant for our understanding of politically communication. So we have already learned a lot in the past 20 years about how digital media intertwine with social movements as processes and their mobilizations and the collective and individual actors that participate in social movements. And I think that there have been in the past a very important cross-fertilization between more traditional social movement scholars, frequently more tied to the fields of political sciences and political sociology on the one hand, and on the other hand, scholars that come from media studies, that it is in itself already an interdisciplinary field as social movement studies are. I think that among others, and since she is here, I really want to pay a tribute to her. I think that the volume Digitally Enabled Social Change that has been researched and written by Jennifer Earl and Katrin shows us how good this cross-fertilization can be and how important it is to take more traditional concepts that we have in social movement studies. For instance, in their volume, they speak about the repertoire of contention, a concept elaborated firstly by Charles Tilly, and how this can be understood differently today when we think about digital media, when we bring into the equation back digital media. So this is just one of the examples that I can think of that speaks to us about this cross-fertilization that is going on and still developing today among different types of fields of studies. I think it is safe to say that today the studies on digital media and other types of media and social movements is a well-established subfield in social movement studies, and it is also a very vital one with literature that is constantly flourishing, and it is constantly flourishing also because digital media and digital technologies are constantly developing, and we constantly have the newest digital media platform that emerge and that is embraced by activists and movement organization and used in the context of mobilizations. So this is also why we have a constant flourishing of this literature. And I think that it is good that we have this, because we always constantly need to understand what is going on with regard to these newest technologies. But at the same time, it is also a risk, because we tend to move and shift constantly towards the newest digital platform, and without developing a solid understanding of the least newer one amongst them that are still there, that are still used to a great extent by activists. So I think that to avoid such a risk and to establish even more this field of research. Two moves might be interesting to be done. The first one is to broaden our understanding of social movements and digital media. And the other move that we can do is to go more in depth. So that is to say, to deepen our understanding on digital media and social movements. When I think about broadening, what I think in particular is, on the one hand, to embrace the fact that with digital technologies and digital media, we also have the emergence of different types of collective actors that engage in grassroots politics, but they do so coming and socializing themselves to grassroots politics from their interest around digital media and what they can do for people and for citizens in order to raise their concerns. So they socialize themselves to grassroots politics through their engagement in the development of new digital media platforms, for instance, or new digital technologies more broadly speaking. And when we think about that, we also need to recognize the fact that when we have groups of techies that decide to construct a new digital media platform, for instance, or to appropriate one that already exists, they might have a different understanding and conception of what digital media technologies can do for grassroots politics. And they can come to grassroots politics with a different types of understanding of what grassroots politics also should be. This is certainly a richness for social movements and also for social movement studies, but it is also a challenge that requires us to broaden our glance, going beyond the most traditional and core understanding of social movements and political participation from the grassroots, and look at what other fields of studies can tell us and teach us with regard to these new collective actors. I'm thinking here about, for instance, fields of studies like social innovation, or even more importantly, fields of studies like journalism, for instance, because today we have groups of citizens coming together that are positioning themselves in different types of fields of action, the one of social movements, the one of journalism, for instance, the one of social innovation. So to understand what is going on with regard to digital media and social movements, we need to broaden our glance with this regard. Another way through which we can broaden our understanding of social movement and digital media is to start from the fact that many of the digital media platforms that activists employ on a daily basis, and also to support their mobilizations, are global in their nature. If I think about Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and so on and so forth, we are speaking about global corporations and global digital media platforms that remain similar in their appearances and affordances across the globe in different type of countries that might be extremely different one from the other, and in which also mobilization, the very act of grassroots political participation, might acquire a different meaning. So it is important to then understand what happens with regard to these, the actual use of digital media platforms at the local level, to find the global in the local, to situate the global in the local, to understand how activists appropriate affordances that are more or less the same across the globe in different ways, starting from their specific geopolitical situation in which they act and mobilize. These might also help us broadening our understanding of social movements and digital media, going beyond the knowledge that we built in the past 10, 20 years about these interactions, starting from case studies and that are deeply rooted in the so-called Western democracies. It is important that we move beyond that. And so in this sense, we broaden our glance, also considering the knowledge that has been already built in other areas of the world. I'm thinking about the rich literature that we have from Latin America, considering digital media and social movements, but also beyond looking at what has already been done, looking at what we could do also to understand the differences that characterize our theorizing with regard to digital media and social movements when we move ourselves and our theoretical and conceptual tools in these other different contexts that are not so similar to the type of context that we are used to study. When I think about then deepening, and this is my third and last point for my comment now, I think to go beyond our understanding of digital media and social movements, looking at the moment in which we usually look at them, that is the peak of mobilization. The moments in which people are in the streets or people are massively participating even online in these in different forms of collective actions. There are fast developments with regard to digital technologies that are currently going on. And I'm not just thinking about algorithm, machine learning, artificial intelligence applications. I'm also thinking about more mundane types of digital tools that are becoming increasingly employed in our societies. I'm thinking about, for instance, augmented reality and virtual reality that are becoming more and more accessible, more and more ingrained in the daily lives of many types of people. Well, what we should, I think, recognize is the fact that as for datification, also with regard to these newest types of technologies, we are looking at deep changes with regard to our societies. And these changes are not changes that are related only to activism and activists when they are activists, so they were when they engage in grassroots politics, but also activists in their different roles in society that constantly engage with this type of newest digital technologies together with the older ones, of course. I think, for instance, about if I think about datification, and this is just to make my point even clearer, we all know that with big data, data analytics, and so on, in our field of study, newer analytical lenses has been developed. I'm thinking about data activism and the work by Stefan Milans, but I'm also thinking about analytic activism and the work by Karp, for instance, with this regard. I think this has been extremely useful concept to really grasp what was going on with the emergence of these new types of digital technologies and opportunities as well for activists. But this type of analytical lenses proved to be useful to understand movement organization and activists that put at the core of their collective action data, big data, data analytics. At the same time, though, we have to think that movement organization and activism more in general, even those that do not act on data in the first place, they still have to deal with data on a daily basis, with data, with algorithm based on machine learning, profiling themselves in their capacity of activists or not, and so on and so forth. So I think that a way to deepen our understanding of digital media and social movements is to look at what happens with regard to data and activism, even newest technologies like artificial intelligence applications, algorithm based on machine learning, and applications that exploit virtual reality and augmented reality. What happens in the daily quiet times of politics when activists are not engaged in mobilization, but they are carrying out their grassroots political engagement as usual. Why I think it is important and it would allow us to deepen our knowledge on this topic, I think it is because it is there. It is in the latency stages in which newer practices sediment, in which activists experience and experiment with this kind of newer digital technologies. So I stop here. I think I made my points clear about broadening and deepening at the same time. And as for the methodological consequences of my points, this will be left for my second comment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alice. Our next speaker, Elena Pavan from the University of Trento. Her intervention will focus mostly on the role of movement knowledge, and in particular, its dynamic within online and offline networks.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to deepen this issue that it goes back to a stream of research that was born and thrived specifically in Cosmos, which has been a great home to develop this idea of movement knowledge. The first thing that I'd like to say is that when it comes to discussing movement knowledge and how it relates to digital technologies, there's a twofold challenge. The first one relates to the very idea of movement knowledge, which so far has found a little space or has remained a little bit of a niche within social movement studies traditionally, somehow overwhelmed by other perspective onto meaning-making activities and cultural activities and symbolic processes within movement. And I'm thinking here particularly about framing dynamics. And also, like Alice was saying, with this growing confidence that we have with discussing the role of media within movement dynamics and processes, we also have looked more extensively to internal and communication dynamics to organize movements and how movement communicates towards broader publics. But in all this, even if the media have become at the core of this reasoning, the element of knowledge has always remained somehow in the backstage, and it has never been pushed at the forefront. So the first challenge is precisely this: assessing the role and actually what movement knowledge is and what role it plays. And I think that this links very well to where Alice was closing her contribution like 2 seconds ago. It is precisely in the space of everyday. So when we talk about movement knowledge, what we're talking about is the way in which activists inside and outside their organization actually know the world around them. And we all know that knowledge is a field of struggle. The way in which people know and perceive and recognize the world around them is a crucial field of battle, because it's precisely there, and it's a space of the everyday that those alternatives that we have been and prefiguration and imaginations that we have been discussing for quite some time actually form. But the process in which these alternative imaginaries develop grounds precisely in the formation of a movement knowledge, which is an underlying process that comes even before framing, because we all know that framing is a strategy to micro-mobilize other people. But at that point, you already know, as part of a movement, or let's say fluidly as intertwining with collective actors, that the world is or can be something different. So movement knowledge is a manifestation of what Melucida has been recalled even before, called that the change that it's already present. Movement know the world in another way. And together with Donatella in the past, we have tried to define this process, and we went back to the tools that we had in social movement studies and lean specifically on the idea that there are, as much as there are repertoires of action in which movement and their activists decide how to act depending on the means that are at their disposal, they produce and transmit to the outside knowledge based on how they know through very personal and embodied experiences, the world around them. And so we coined this idea that I think it's a very fertile one of repertoires of knowledge practices. And here, we try to distinguish precisely because the production of knowledge is just not a monolithic activity that you engage, or that you engage even willingly, because it's a process always in the making, to different types of these practices. So there are the practices that activists and movements perform when they get to know the collective self. It is basically what occurs when you realize that there are other people that actually perceive the world according to a different view than the mainstream one. And when you realize that this vision is shared, something gets triggered, and that is truly the baseline for building a collective identity. So it's really getting to know that someone else's knowledge is very much similar to yours. Then at the later stage, there's the knowledge about the action network. So you become somehow aware that there are contact, there are collaboration that can be put in place in order to push this alternative way of knowing the world forward and making it become a challenging vision for the status quo. There's also a side that relates that it's more, how can I say it, more challenging towards what is the mainstream political vision on a specific matter, which is the knowledge that it's produced to sustain political change. So for example, when movements are invited or activists are invited to processes, to participatory processes, to discuss an issue with political parties, just like open tables of discussion, when you want to collect new points of view, movement engage in a production of knowledge that is directly political. And then of course there is how this knowledge is transmitted to the public. So many practices to actually move this knowledge into the public space. And all of this has remained, so far, as I said, a very vivacious field, but not very much developed, because the boundaries probably cannot be disentangled so neatly from framing and internal and external communication processes, but they are there. It goes back to what the invitation that Alicia was saying before, moving one step backward and going back to the very processual nature of movements in order to start from where the movement finds and grows its roots, and not when the movement is already there, which is a limitation that has, in my opinion, confined the potential of social movement studies for a very long time. When all of this, you take it and you put it in relation with digital technologies, there's a further challenge. The need to take this very uncertain object of study and put it in relation to this very broad field of the politics of visibility, which is when a collective actors, however we want to define it, a crowd, an organization without an organization, a public, an aggregation of individuals without a membership, how it becomes manifest, how it becomes real and embodied in the digital space, together with the meaning that it proposes. But these meanings that are proposed, not just framed strategically, but proposed as alternative vision, this is a knowledge practice. And here I think that we're still a little bit behind, and it's probably the way to go in the future, is to build a solid bridge between all those fields of studies and discipline, especially communication studies and science and technology studies, science, technology, and society studies that have tried to understand how, when we perform online our existence, the very courses of action that we put in place inherit the digital features of the platforms that we use. So at that point, not only we have the urgency of understanding what knowledge is compared to public communication, for example, but also to recognize and study knowledge processes, knowledge-making processes in terms, for example, of the categories that Anna Boyd has proposed when discussing networked publics. How this knowledge becomes visible, how and to what extent it becomes persistent, how it becomes searchable. So because there, for example, is where the process of someone who has never been exposed to a movement learns that there's another way of doing things, gets to know another way of doing things. And it's because we can search for information online, and how this knowledge scales up, how from local it becomes global. And all of this is something that we have barely started to look at. And all of this happens in the online space, not only online, it happens also offline through assemblies. So the entanglements between the online and the offline remains something that is already very challenging. But also, if we stick only to the online, all of this we have just started to explore, and we have no clear vision of how this is actually taking place and how this is varying across different contexts, as Alicia was saying. What I know, and I think, is that all of this can be studied through adopting a specific preference, let's say, for online networks, and with the help of digital data and especially social media data. But for this methodological turn, I will just wait for my second intervention. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Elena. Now we complete our first round with Hans-Jörg.
Thank you, and happy birthday to everybody. This has been a quite inspiring talk so far in this roundtable. There are quite a lot of innovations to talk about. I would like to make a point that we should also not dismiss old models and our understanding of the public sphere and its role in democracy. This is what I would like to focus in my short introductory remark here, which is the question how the digital public sphere is emerging and how it supports or undermines a democracy. And usually when we talk about the digital transformations of the public sphere, we assume that there is a deep impact on democracy. So we think that there is a kind of digital media revolution that kind of overthrows our democracies and kind of fundamentally affects the ways we think of political participation and representation. And I wish to point out, I wish to point at this ongoing struggle over the democratic design of the internet. And the question whether the internet is democratic or not is not just left to the digital companies or to the states as regulators. I would like to emphasize that this is above all a social struggle and a political struggle, and that it involves political parties and representatives and social movements. So there is even the possibility of an emerging social movement for a free and democratic internet. And the many concerns with digital surveillance, with the loss of autonomy of the individual users, with polarization effects, with radicalization. So the many malfunctions and the many disruptions that we describe also in our research, all these concerns give rise to new forms of political mobilization. So there's a kind of corrective movement that is kind of inbuilt in the digital public sphere, and that is driven by the many democratic deficits of online political communication. So there is then a possibility of a new democratic resurgence that is inscribed in the very infrastructure of the digital public sphere. And let us maybe have a look at how digital media technologies then impact on political communication, on mobilization, and on democracy. And this is the assumption of a deep or even a revolutionary impact of the internet on democratic politics, which again is based on the idea that digital media organize communication in fundamentally different ways. So these differences then are described in terms of empowerment of users, of audiences, making creative use of new digital media, accessing content and information that is widely available, the open access promise, and that is also diffused at a very high speed. So there is a different organizational mode of communication, and not in the form of hierarchies, as this was the case in the traditional public sphere, but through these horizontal networks. So the dominant mode of communication is not one-to-many, like in the way of mass media, but many-to-many, one-to-one, or even one-to-many, which, as you notice, is all related to forms of movement activism. Now, user empowerment is a possibility, but it might not happen. It might not happen equally, and it might also empower the wrong people, so to speak. So sociology then, in analyzing these forms of user empowerment, often combines a kind of organizational question, how this is done through which new technologies, with normative questions. So they also wish to understand whether digital public spheres are more inclusive or more exclusive, describe the inclusive and exclusive effects. But this can only be done by reference to normative terms. So the ultimate question is whether they enhance democracy or whether they undermine it. And here, if you look back at 20 years of discussion, we did not really come up with a definite response to this big question. We probably all have become more skeptical over time with the democracy enhancing potential of digital media, but we have also learned that this is not an either-or question. But we rather need to think about how inclusive and exclusive effects of digital and social media then are related. And this is not a place now to go systematically through the evidence that supports the one or the other thesis. I rather wish to question here the assumption of a fundamental difference of digital media and mass media. And what I want to propose instead is that we need to understand media convergence, and that media convergence points, and this maybe might come as a surprise to some of you, it points towards mass media. So social media increasingly resemble mass media, and they fulfill similar traditional functions of mass media in democracy. And this is what I wish to shortly point out here by pointing at the inclusive effects of digital and social media, and also the exclusive effects. Both point into the direction of. If you look at the inclusive effects, how they are described in the literature, what seems important to emphasize is how social media have become the major forum for the formation of public opinion in democratic societies. This includes individual user. It includes the individual users rather than excluding them or pushing them aside. So we find mass opinion mobilization here. And this is an important finding because it qualifies the idea of media fragmentation or media polarization effects of political communication. So social media are often accused to polarize public debates, but there is surprisingly little evidence of such polarizing effects taking place. To the contrary, what we observe is that social media debates seem to unify the public sphere in many instances. So societies do not necessarily fall apart into two opposing camps. They rather unify, and public opinion is often streamlined at the cost of pluralism of debates. And of course, this does not exclude the possibility that social media do also contribute to the radicalization of public opinion. So of course, we can also find lots of examples of kind of radicalized single user groups and the marginalization effects of that goes hand in hand with this mainstreaming of public opinion. However, I would like to emphasize that radicalization is different from polarization, and often it is kind of misread. If you read many studies about the polarization effects, what they describe, in my opinion, is a radicalization process. So we need to distinguish this more neatly. And these forms of radicalization are, of course, important for us as social movement scholars to understand because they relate, or they might relate, to various expressions of protest of marginalized groups. We could observe this during the pandemic. but they do not divide society. They rather unify it. And this is again something we could observe in the pandemic, that the radical protest of the no vax, for instance, was widely made visible through social media, but this then rather reinforced the consent with government. And secondly, with regard to the exclusionary effects of digital media, what I wish to point out here is how digital media use increasingly becomes an indicator of class distinction. And this is also quite telling, I would say. So the creative media use of the educated middle classes against the illiterate media use of the uneducated classes. There seems to be a kind of divide here. If you look at a Facebook profile, for instance, you can with some certainty establish class belonging of the user by just looking at the timeline of one day. So social media allow for the self-expression of the kind of culturalized lifestyles, the new middle classes, as they are described. They often do this through the expression of cosmopolitan values, and that allows people then to accumulate cultural capital through social media. And social media allow them to identify, on the other hand, also the new underclasses, devalue then their distinct cultural practices based on consumption of mass products and the kind of unreflected media use. And this is quite well described in the work of a German sociologist, Andreas Reckwitz, has written about these practices of distinction as a kind of cultural struggle. However, if there is such a cultural struggle on social media, it indicates again that that social media contribute to the stratification of society. They can only do this if they are understood as mass media. So we need to we understand the stratifying effects in relation to mass media. And for political mobilization research, then this means that we need to pay attention to the inequalities of media literacy on the one hand, that determines then how political concerns find political expression and are considered then as legitimate, or on the other hand, are marginalized and excluded. So what I can conclude then is that we observe that digital media function in democracy in an increasingly similar way to mass media. And this is not necessarily bad news, I would say, because social media increasingly also contribute to the synchronization of political debates. They synchronize debates and they focus public attention. And such a synchronizing function of media is, of course, at the core of the description of the functions of the traditional public sphere. So from that perspective, indeed, social media play an important role in democracy. But surprisingly, this function is not so different from the role legacy media played in the public sphere. And synchronization, in a way, also follows a kind of market logic, because also the digital companies want to synchronize a communication. It is much easier to sell out through synchronized content. So the internet providers contribute to this in meaningful ways. And the social media platform is built first and foremost as a shared communicative space that is meant then to be densely populated, to be filled with highly visible activities. So fragmentation, user fragmentation, is not necessarily in the commercial interests also of the internet providers. And social media are mass media then in quite significant ways. And this is probably more important than all these new and creative ways of organizing communication in democracy, which of course are also facilitated by social media. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Hans-Jörg. Now, before going to the Q&A section of this session, we will have another short round focusing on the methodological implications of what we've been discussing until now. We have many PhD candidates here participating, and I think it's of interest really of everyone to understand better how the things we've been discussing until now translate into concrete research practices throughout our investigation of media-related components of mobilization. So I will follow the same order we've used before. Marco. The mic, Marco. Well, no, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
All right. So I was saying, I'm glad that I threw there a few kind of branches, critical remarks about the online media, social media public sphere, because I knew that then Hans-Jörg was going to speak about it mostly positive terms. So my role has been to be the skeptical ones, but most of my remarks are not about online discourse. They're mostly about, as I say, collective action and its impact also on institutional politics. And so in the second part, I wanted to reflect a little more on formal organizations and also how to approach research in that area. In a certain sense, formal organizations, political parties face the same dilemmas of social movement organizations, that is, whether to build this kind of short-term mobilizations or to build kind of more long-term, robust organizational scaffolds. And this is evident, for example, if we analyze the adoption of the digital membership model, which is a free model, so that you can join a party without paying, for example, a member due with the new digital parties model. And this seems to have countered, to a certain extent, the historical decline of membership in political parties in mature democracies. But at the same time, these kind of member incentives, such as the possibility, for example, to access internal ballots, as in the case of Rousseau, have proven attractive only for a limited amount of time. There's a number of studies, including some that I conducted, which show that participation rates, Lorenzo Mosca as well, rapidly decline after the initial launch of online consultations. So the free membership model seems to provide only short-term advantages for political parties. And at the same time, political parties' adoption of digital platforms has opened up new opportunities for members, and thus a new type of relationship between members, elected representatives, and party leaders, which has induced scholars to raise two types of questions. First, scholars have been wondering whether parties that use digital platforms for organizational purposes constitute a new party form. And second, they've been asking whether the use of dedicated digital democracy platforms, which are obviously different from social media platforms, benefit the overall quality of intra-party democracy. And so the first question has implicitly received a positive answer, I think, through the theorization of a new ideal party type, which has been variably termed the cyber party, the connective party, the digital party, the network party. And despite this kind of terminological variance, the parties that have inspired these models, the pirate parties, the Italian five-star movements, Podemos, Barcelona and Comú, France Insoumise, among others, do share, I think, some common features. On an ideological level, they tend to be anti-elitist, populist left populist in many cases parties, which is combined with this kind of technocratic problem-solving approach, which has also been described as a techno-populist orientation, grounded in the belief that provided with the right tools, ordinary citizens and party members can ultimately govern themselves. And as I said, central to this vision is the adoption of these specialized platforms that enable multiple organizational functions, including member enrollment, online primaries, intra-party referendums, even crowdsourced lawmaking and crowdsourced development of the party program. And scholars have therefore directed attention to this platform, considering whether their affordances, for example, incorporate a specific conception of political participation and democracy, and whether they improve on the overall quality, as I was saying, of intra-party democracy. And they found that even though these platforms implement widely different models of democracy, the implementation of such models does not automatically translate into a higher quality of intra-party democracy. In this respect, in spite of their radical democratic claims, some digital parties seem to confirm the historical tendency of party organizations to centralize their operations. In its digital incarnation, this tendency favors the emergence, for example, of hyper leaders, the pseudo empowerment of party members, and the erosion of the party middle elite. Certainly not all digital parties present decentralizing features. For example, Barcelona en Comú, the Pirate Party of Berlin, a local chapter, have been able to make a more decentralized and deliberative use of online participation platforms. The same goes for the adoption of these platforms in cities like Madrid and Barcelona, led by progressive coalitions that have involved citizens in municipal action plans, city-level referendums, participatory budgeting projects. But there is a paradox, I think, in this type of finding, is that the relatively recent introduction of these digital democracy platforms seems to yield more promising results for the overall quality of the democratic process at a relatively small polity scale. If anything, this supports the argument for the importance of analyzing and theorizing digitalization and democratization as two distinct processes. Indeed, if the cost-reducing logic of digital platforms was sufficient in itself to democratize party organizations, democratization would be observable. I think that this is an important point, where efficiency and economies of scale matter the most, that is at the national or even supranational level. Instead, digital democracy platforms seem to perform best when other mechanisms, such as relations of trust rooted in local networks or a local culture of participation, support and reinforce the living exercise of democratic participation. These considerations lead me to conclude with a couple of methodological observations on how to approach the relationship between digital media and political participation, avoiding two common pitfalls. First, the pitfall of techno-determinism, and the second, the pitfall of an excessive focus on on uses of platforms. If you want, also the pitfall of media practices, so maybe I can have a conversation with Alicia here. The first methodological observation, which allows us to avoid the pitfall of techno-determinism, concerns the importance of analyzing the material architecture of software tools as inscriptions of democratic demands. The second methodological observation concerns the importance of understanding that not only media are never neutral in their effects, they're also never neutral in their use. That is, the political uses of digital media not only affect the political system, but change, first and foremost, the users. That is the subject of democracy. On the first point, we can observe that the democratic interventions of social movements have a technological translation. As I say, decision-making software such as Deseriis, Lumio, and others are, to use Andrew Finberg's words, a technical stabilization of social choice or democratic interventions into the design code of technology. So rather than starting from technology as a given, we should always ask the question of where technology comes from. So the question here is, who made it and for what purposes, to what ends? This means methodologically to understand the makers, the software developers, for example, interview them, ask them about their own vision of democracy and democratic participation. So this is a methodological invitation to see software developers and software engineers as legitimate democratic subjects, as well as a particular type of democratic subjectivity. And I think it is worth noting that in this area, ethnographers and anthropologists have done more than sociologists in trying to understand the geek and hacker type of democratic subjectivity. This leads me to the second methodological observation. If we accept that technologies incarnate a particular type of democratic subjectivity, so do the users of technology. It is certainly important to observe that media uses can affect the technological design by introducing, for example, unintended uses. But it's also important to keep in mind that as we use these media change how we do things, how we relate to one another, and thus ultimately who we are as political subjects. So while on the one hand, it is worth discussing whether digital platforms centralize or decentralize political participation and make normative assessments about the relative distribution of power, it is also important to reflect on how, as technology is used, it creates new types of subjectivity. Again, I think Finberg notes that not only does the man, for example, who makes use of a rifle increases his capacity to act upon the world, that is, this is the amplifying function of technology, he also becomes a hunter. He also becomes a killer in the process of using a rifle. Similarly, not only the person who makes use of social media or of a digital democracy platforms increases her capacity to participate in politics, she also becomes a social media user. And the transformation of a citizen into a digital citizen is perhaps more significant than the ability of such citizens to affect this or that consultation. What does it mean to represent oneself in the public sphere through a user profile? What does it mean to relate to others through a computer or a cell phone screen, as we're doing now? What does it mean to subject not only final decisions, but also posts, comments, proposals, deliberations to the ongoing measurement of public reactions? I think that trying to answer these questions means to lay out a research agenda that exceeds the analysis of media practices as discrete, situated practices which complicate and complement the analysis of technological affordances. It means to ask a general question that begins from the problem of what technology does to human beings, which is a typical science and technology question, and apply such question to the problem of politics as a fundamentally social activity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marco. Alice?
Yes, thank you. In the previous comment, I made the point that we should broaden and deepen our understanding of the relationship between digital media, other types of media, and social movements. And what I think is relevant in methodological terms, but not only in methodological terms, also going a little bit before methodology, that is thinking about the ontology and the epistemology of social movements, is that we can make a move with this respect as well, that would allow us to, again, deepen and broaden our glance on digital media and social movements. And my suggestion, and what I, together with other scholars, of course, I did in the past 10, 15 years, has been to seek to understand and figure out how can we grasp such a complexity that comes again with social movements, digital media, and other types of media. And my answer, that is not, of course, it's not the only possible one, but it is what we did in our work, and I use the plural because I'm referring to other scholars as well that did something similar in the past years, is to kind of make a shift, propose a shift, and looking not as to media as institution and organization, and not at media as purely contents. And this is a move that has been proposed in 2004 by Nick Holdry. He was not thinking in the first place about social movements. He was thinking more broadly about media and their role in societies. So I started from there. And as my research with this regard went further, what I found useful is not just to consider, as Holdry suggests, media as practices, but to make a further move and look at social movements, not just as processes, because we know that social movements are social processes, but to add a further analytical lenses that can help to disentangle and understand better how activists employ media in the broadest sense possible before, during, and after mobilization. And it is to consider social movements as also practices and not as social processes. And in considering social movement as practices, we can look at the different types of activities that they engage with, that individual and collective actors engage with to carry out their mobilizations, to support further participation by others that can be allies, supporters, bystanders, and so on and so forth. And when we look at practices then in grassroots political participation, what we can do is to consider at the same time 3 layers that we usually look at in a separate way. That is the material layer of that always characterize practices, the symbolic layer, and the social layer. These 3 elements, these 3 dimensions come in practices as entangled, deeply entangled, and it is difficult to disentangle them for when we do our analysis on this type of aspects. Within these 3 dimensions, it is there where we find digital media and other types of media as they are used, appropriated, changed by activists and movement organization, or how, again, as Marco was pointing out before me, how in the context of such practices, the material, symbolic, and social dimensions that characterize also media can transform the activists themselves. So in this way, we can embrace this twofold understanding, these 2 directional understanding of digital media and movements, and also we can appreciate the great variety that characterize digital media and media more in general, and see not just how they are used, but how they are used by activists in combination one with the others within these practices that they perform and carry out on a daily basis, both during mobilization and before and after mobilization, because it is a simplification when we say digital media or social media or media. It is really a simplification that I think we should avoid, and looking at practices allow us to avoid this simplification because each type of platform, each type of media comes with different affordances, technological, but all material, but also imagined affordances, and each of them is used in a combination with the others. And we can look at these combinations when we consider, again, practices. How to grasp practices, this is a broad debate that is still ongoing in practice theories, but of course we are in the realm of qualitative methods and qualitative methodology. And participant observation, in-depth interviews have been basically the 2 most important methods of data gathering to understand what practices are. But my point here is before methodology, before methodological techniques that we might use to gather data, and it is positioned at the ontological and epistemological level of our understanding of social movements, adding these further possible analytical lenses. That is to say, once again, looking at social movements as practices before looking at them as social processes.
Thanks, Alicia. Elena?
So in the meantime, I wanted to say also happy Cosmos birthday to Aramis, which I haven't seen in a while. And this is not random because Aramis is like the perfect pitch to start my reflection on the fact that sometimes going big is a superb thing. Like, see, like going big, because what I wanted to discuss with you, or the inputs that I wanted to give you, go back to the role of big data. So as Aramis well shows, going big is not necessarily bad. sometimes it can be wonderful. But the point is that, long story short, I don't think that there is much difference, very much like Alicia was probably saying, like, maybe I'm overinterpreting what Alicia was saying 2 seconds ago, but again, there's big data is not necessarily something that it's detrimental or necessarily good for social movement studies. I have argued repeatedly also in my work. I study a lot with social media data with network science and a network perspective. So I usually move on large scale analysis. And in that experience, what I have learned is that these large scale structure, large scale data set are not necessarily good or bad. They can be useful or not, but they are useful or not as any other method that we use, depending on the question that we're asking. So the claim that I want to make here is that social media data, and more in general, other types of big data that we barely use in social movement studies, like, for example, GPS data, for many reasons. We don't use GPS data or other type of visual data or spatial related data, is that they're peculiar insofar as they exist before the questions that we ask. So sometimes we do have questions, we have curiosities, and we want to push forward our understanding of social movements, and we have this already available data that are there, that are accessible to some extent, but that most of all are cheaper than the way in which we used to collect data before. Because, for example, there's a possibility of having a bunch of tweets for free. We could access Facebook posts in the past, and now we do have troubles with that because of what Marco was saying, like platforms are behind this. And so data and the politics of the platforms, data availability and the politics of platforms are very, very tightly enmeshed. But, and all that, everything that has been said thus far is definitely true, and it holds true, but it doesn't affect all this sort of consideration actually drive from an epistemological background and an ontological premise what we want to study. And I, despite the fact that I think that big data can boost the study of social movements, it does so to the extent that they allow us to grasp part of these processes or practices that interest us, not everything, because big data are big, quick, and produce and very diverse among themselves. It doesn't mean that they are almighty, and they are not almighty for two reasons. First of all, because despite the volume, they are often incomplete. And because we charge them with what has been referred to in the literature, especially by Crawford and Boyd, as the big data mythology. We think because we have more, we can do everything. But really, the point that I'm trying to make here is, as much as we are cautious and aware in the adoption of a qualitative or quantitative approach, as much as we are cautious in drafting our surveys and our questionnaires or the questions in our interview, we should be cautious in using this new data that we have. And so the point is that I think that that big data can help us understand better social movement insofar as we reconvert this data that are already there. This is a huge challenge, reconverting data that we haven't collected in a response to a theory-driven question, but taking something that it's already there and seeing inside a Facebook post or a tweet something that it's revelatory of a collective understanding or a knowledge practice. It's a huge challenge. And this, I am sorry, has nothing to do with the data, but has everything to do with how we approach what we're studying. So it's really on us. All this said, this can be very useful insofar as this reconversion is accompanied by research orientation that has three characteristics. The first one is the awareness of the specificity of this data. This data are all of this peculiar kind. I'm going to say a few things about this in a second. The second characteristic characteristic is that we have to be ready to proactively integrate theory-driven research, which is the way that we have been doing social movement research for a very long time, with a data-driven approach. And the third one is to be methodologically creative, not skeptical. We try and we make the best that we can. In terms of awareness of this data, I want to point out especially the problems that come for studying social movements through big data. The first one that I have mentioned already is incompleteness. Having a lot of data doesn't mean that we're looking at the entire population, and we are very aware of that, even the entire movement population, which, by the way, we could never, ever assess in its whole totality, even in the past. There is no reason of loading big data with the expectation of surmounting something that we cannot surmount, because movements do not have fixed boundaries. So there is no way that we can actually map the whole thing precisely, big data or interviews or surveys, so that it's a given. But the other two problems is that these data are very unstable, and these data are time related. So they are unstable because users of platforms, especially social media, change, the users of the platform, so the practices change, and the platforms themselves change in terms of policies and in terms of interfaces. So compatibility over time is possible, but it's challenging. And then when it comes to time, we have timestamped data. So at that point, it's, again, our responsibility to deal with something that in social movement studies we have always been challenged with, which is modeling time. What is the time that makes sense in order to model a process or a set of practices in a movement context? This is, again, nothing that it doesn't have anything to do with the data, but it has all to do with the question that we ask. Integrating theory-driven perspective with data-driven perspective entails being ready to make that switch that we have discussed this far, starting from the practices. Every piece of data that you access from social media goes back to a practice of use of that specific tool, platform, app, whatever you're studying. But that's a practice. Yes, it is bound by policy visions of the platform's company, profit-oriented, all of that. Nonetheless, it is a practice. So unless we do, actually, I am really following the lead of Alice here. I've always think that data-driven is practice-oriented approach. That's it for me. That's also one thing that helps us taking this big data thing away from a very skeptical computer science skepticism that we have against computer scientists to a more an approach that resonates more with these practices term that we like more in social sciences. And last, creativity from a methodological point of view. So to be very, probably summarizing too much, but if you want to understand what is happening on Facebook and on Twitter, inside Facebook or Twitter, you don't have many choices. You have to go inside these platforms and you have to work with what you have, which most of the time is something that it's not enough and that you won't like enough, like long answers or motivations, but there's no other way of opening this black box than to open the black box and working with what it's at your disposal. And there is no way of handling thousands or millions of tweets that it's not an automated computer-assisted method. So the more, I guess that the more we remain polarized, that some things are good, I mean, we're not polarized anymore about whether interviews are good or bad. We can decide when we want to interview people, when it's worth to interview people, or to administer a survey, how to administer that survey. That's the same attitude we should have with big data, being aware that those data are something different because they come before the question that we ask. So I think that the debate on big data somehow is tapping a little bit too much on what these data can do for us, because we are still very much polarized on whether this is good or bad, and we're actually not approaching them critically. Thank you.
Thanks, Elena. Hans-Jörg.
Yes, I'm my argument before was that the digital public sphere has become the principal forum for the formation of public opinion. And this, of course, implies that we need to understand processes of public opinion formation as they take place, as they happen on social media. We not only need to understand how they take place, but we need to also learn to raise normative questions. What inclusive and exclusive effects do they have? How is power and how is political legitimacy allocated? Who is empowered? Who is disempowered? The whole agenda of digital inequalities needs to be part of this research agenda. So in the best way we can do this, our social media research becomes a kind of substitute of a good opinion survey. It increasingly kind of replaces the function of opinion surveys. And the need for such a research agenda, I think, became most visible after the Brexit referendum 6 years ago and after the election of Trump in the US. So that internet mobilization and campaigning actually makes the difference, and that this difference is not necessarily in support of what we call liberal values and democracy, but might fundamentally undermine it. So Brexit and Trump became a kind of shock event for the community, but then we also soon had to realize that our means to understand these processes of opinion and will formation through social media are rather limited. And this has to do with the limited availability of data. So data that was needed to analyze public opinion and will formation in the most central arena, or in what was about to become the most central arena, was very limited because it was private. It was owned by someone. And this was a big problem. And you would probably agree that it would be useful to know how exposure for negative news that are favored by Facebook algorithms changes people's attitudes in support of democracy. But the one and only who could actually study the effects of selective news exposure is Facebook itself. And in fact, Facebook did study it in an experiment back in I think it was 2015, and by studying these effects, it largely abused its users' private data and manipulated tens of thousands of users' timelines in a kind of experiment that was then published in a scientific article. So this situation was, of course, not bearable, and it became even worse after the Cambridge Analytica scandal, when Facebook made user data even more inaccessible for research purposes. And the social media giants then were hiding behind the privacy concerns to hold also data about public use kind of exclusive. And this was a huge dilemma for us as researchers. It seemed that social media analysis for the purpose of political communication and democracy research was almost closed, except for small-scale qualitative case studies, maybe. And everybody was talking about big data at that time, but big data was not available for us. And as in the case of Twitter and Instagram, it was maybe available, but only for very rich research institutes who were able to buy it. And at the same time, the companies entered some privileged agreements with social media research institutes, with powerful research institutes, maybe US-based, who were allowed to use this data, surveyed or monitored by the companies themselves in doing this. So Facebook was collaborating with some selected social media research institute, all the other scholars in the international community, many PhDs did not know where to get the data from to do their research. This was a situation only 2 years ago, but it actually improved. Social media data has been made available now, quite recently, by Facebook, by Twitter, by Instagram. And in many instances, we no longer need to purchase the data, but it is available for free. So Facebook now even encourages use of data for research purposes, and it offers training how to use it. Why this switch? Well, partly because the scholars are organized. I remember there were protests by scholars at that time asking for open data access. But then I think what is more important here to mention is that social media companies themselves kind of changed their kind of policies, and the new openness responds to political pressures and to also a general reorientation of the companies who seek kind of new legitimacy of their business model. And they do this by collaborating with various stakeholders, including also us scientists. So now we can use the data. We still face quite some challenges. I will mention shortly the challenge of comparison, which I think is of common concern to various of us here in this round. And for those who are interested, we also plan a special issue for the Journal of Information Technology and Politics on the topics of social media and political contention, challenges and opportunities for comparative research. So there will be a call for papers out soon for those who are interested to contribute to this debate. And the comparison challenge comprises several dimensions. It is the challenge of comparing different platforms, the challenge of comparing countries, the challenge of comparing different types of actors on social media, and then time comparisons. All four types of comparisons are urgently needed, and all pose quite serious challenges in practice. For instance, data across larger time spans is hardly available, which means we cannot know how the digital public sphere developed over time. Does it become more inclusive or exclusive over time? This is hard to establish. Then country comparison. How are they possible? If social media data is often in English, how can we compare then countries? It is easier to discuss the Lithuanian Twitter sphere than the Spanish Twitter sphere or the US Twitter sphere. Why? Because I cannot use simply Spanish search words. If I start using Spanish search words, and I end up with entries from Latin America, from other parts of the world. I can search for Trump on Twitter and collect English language leads, but this would not allow me to restrict my sample, for instance, to US politics. I could use geographical location filters, but only a small minority of Twitter users has activated geographical location and might not be representative for the whole Twitter community. So these are dilemmas that we need urgent solutions, and this is a debate. We could probably have some exchange by listening also to your experiences in dealing with the comparative research challenge. Last point, which I think is highly promising, is we have started to do social media visual analysis, which I think is a very fruitful tool also that SNS has some past experiences, and also researchers affiliated with SNS are kind of world leading in doing visual analysis. And this will certainly grow in importance. And I think we have a kind of knowledge that we can use here, a very advanced knowledge here at the Scuola Normale and within Cosmos, which we can use to build up this new research agenda. Think, for instance, the war in Ukraine, the visualization of violence, and you can immediately see the relevance of the visual element. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Hans-Jörg. We're running a bit late, but if people are okay with that, I would still leave a few minutes for a few questions. Okay, you can already one by Pietro Torino in the chat. I won't read it, and also Lorenzo Mosca has a question.
May I?
Yes.
Hello. So my comment is not really related to methodological reflections, but to the first round of comments, as I believe that all the speakers in this round table have touched upon the concept of connective action. So listening to my colleagues and thinking on my work as an editor of social movement studies, I've noticed that a significant distance seems to persist between scholars working on traditional collective action and those working on connective action. And so despite Alicia's invitation to going beyond the study of traditional movements, these two strands of research remain quite separate. Many of those working on connective action come from media and communication studies and use concepts such as networked publics, affective publics, hashtag activism, or digital movements of opinion, to name just a few. And much of this scholarly work does not really dialogue with the social movement literature. For example, my impression is that we don't know much about the outcomes of connective action and how they differ from those of more traditional forms of collective action. Nor do we know much about the processes and mechanisms that can generate a transition from forms of collective action to forms of connective action and vice versa. And different types of connective action also need to be better distinguished and studied, perhaps by identifying different modes of coordination. Although this concept has been elaborated by Diane, as you know, thinking on the meso-level dimension, it could be a source of inspiration for better disentangling the multiplicity of forms of connective action, which still looks like a nebula, in my opinion. So I think there is a relevant gap here and the real need to bridge these two strands of research. Do you see improvements over time on this, or do you think we should just ignore this separation? In the end, maybe there is only one thing in the worse than being talked about movements, and that is not being talked about them. Thanks.
Thanks, Lorenzo. Donatella.
Yes, thank you very much. It was very interesting. I have two short comments. One is prompted by Marco's final questions. What does technology does to human beings, and also what does it does to us? And there I think that since we observe at the same time less mediation in forms of public communication, but more mediation in forms of interpersonal communications that also tend to go more and more through the social media. I think that these questions addresses not only scholars of media, but also scholars of social movement in general, because it is the questions of how much disempowering the online communications in terms of interaction is. So the lack of empathy, all the type of negative effects that have been singled out are not only affecting the media sphere, but are affecting our relations. And I think that this is important to think about also in the future. And the other comments is about the methodological side, because it is something that I am observing on myself as well, doing now research on the anti-vax. The availability of data online is huge. I'm not using big data, it would be even bigger. And what Hans-Jörg pointed at is also true. We have more and more possibility of accessing this data. My preoccupations also with myself is that there is too much, too easily available, and that can bring us towards a sort of distorted visions in which we tend to study what is easier to access. Also, the pandemic times have pushed us in the directions of watching only what is happening online. And maybe a risk to consider is that as it happened in political participation studies that availability of survey and electoral data have pushed many to focus on this. We have to be careful in avoiding these risks of using only the online sources and considering them as representative also of what happens offline. Thank you.
Thanks, Donatella. Now I would ask our guests if we're able to answer quickly, in around 2 minutes each, so that we are able to close by 1:30. Marco?
Oh, hi. Well, I mean, a lot of questions have been raised, and for example, speaking to Lorenzo Mosca's question on whether this literature is really in conversation with the social movement literature. I think it is at times. It depends on I think as communication scholars, we do have a responsibility also to act a little bit as bridges, as much as we can. So, for example, Anastasia Cavada's observation, I think, about the fact that Bennett and Segerberg's type of research starts from large data sets and therefore ends up making claims about online crowds, essentially. And social movement scholars reply, let's consider, so for example, also with Lorenzo Zamponi, we're doing a research on Fridays for Future management of social media accounts, and that means to interview the managers of those accounts, rather than assuming that the platforms just organize the crowd by themselves, right? But Anastasia was rightly observing that because you depart from two different methodological approaches, one is more kind of quantitative, big data, and the other one is more qualitative and pertains more to traditional social movement research. These two types of strands or streams of scholarship talk across each other rather than talking to each other, because they are rooted in different objects of study, right? So if you don't start bridging the gap, we don't start doing that in our own research. That is, we start to write books and articles in which we consider both aspects, then we will always be speaking across each other, even as we are analyzing the same object of study, because it's grounded in, it is as if we're wearing different lenses. And so I want to see a microdynamic, you want to see a macrodynamic, then we make claims that seem to be at odds with one another, but these claims are different just because they are rooted into different objects and different perspectives on these objects. So the methodological implications here clearly have theoretical consequences, and not just vice versa, as we often think it is, right? We often think that methodology descends from a certain theoretical approach, but as we know, the opposite is also true. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Marco. Alice?
Yeah, I think that Lorenzo and also Donatella's comment really goes into the direction of suggesting that to understand what happens in the digital, we also need to go offline, so to say, and to appreciate the digital from outside the digital. But at the same time, I think that it is even more than this. We cannot really understand the two as separate one from the other anymore, and especially after the pandemic, this integration became more relevant for us as societies, but also for activists and movements. And it is clear that, again, to understand phenomena that are related to the digital the digital in itself is not enough. It is all the practices and processes that surround those digital phenomena that should be investigated, and from where we should also grasp and construct data. And on collective and connective action, Lorenzo, I think that we really need to, I really don't believe that looking at the movements, doing empirical research on movements and collective action and movement organizations, I don't see these opposition between the two, in the sense that either you have one or the other. Frequently, what I see is that it's the combination between the two logics that I think that is what is interesting, and that is also what can allow us to make these different traditions and analytical takes on these two logics speaks to each other. So it's recognizing that frequent times movement organization, they engage, and social movements more broadly speaking, they have both in themselves. And it's this combination that matters more than saying this is just collective action and this is just connective action. And this is very visible in a lot of movements that emerged in the past years, but also when you just look at movement organization and what they do in their daily grassroots political participation activities. Thank you.
I'll be super quick and maybe not very positive I won't be closing with a positive attitude, because I think that all this debate, to me, what it suggests is that it really touches the vulnerabilities of doing empirical research in the field of social movement studies. And when it comes to big data, it adds another vulnerability, which is that we cannot do this separately from computer science, engineering, and the artificial intelligence world, because they're giving us, and the platforms themselves. I don't have this is happening. And so from a methodological point of view, I think we have to start dealing with it and trying to make the best that we can out of what is a necessarily transdisciplinary dialogue. And I have no ambition to be the big data whisperer, but it is of paramount importance that we actually work together with scholars and researchers in other disciplines that go way beyond the disciplines that are integrating our theoretical approach. The researchers that are developing the tools that we use need to be part of our team. Otherwise, for example, machine learning models without theory-driven variables mean nothing. So it's a necessary transdisciplinary dialogue that it's happening, but it's a very hard one. And I think that we feel this pressure of achieving results immediately. And instead, it's a long and hard road that we have to walk. And to respond more to Donatella's point, I think Donatella is right, especially during the pandemic. We turn our gaze to the online, but because it's where we could go. I don't think that necessarily is a problem per se. The problem comes when we say that what we are observing online is everything that there is. I was very upset, not so much by the fact that I thought that I've heard many times saying, oh, the Friday for Future exists only online because the movement cannot go in the squares. I was also very preoccupied when I heard public discourse saying movement have disappeared because they don't exist in the streets, and because we always look for conflict and conflictual processes, whereas, for example, Lorenzo can witness that there has been a lot of solidarity movement action going on during the pandemic. And I think that as social movement scholars, it's our responsibility to maintain the broader gaze that we can and admit that sometimes most of the time, we just look at a small piece of the overall picture.
Thank you. Hans-Jörg, final words are yours.
Yes. With regard to these methodological concerns that have been expressed by Donatella and by others, I agree with the remarks by Arice that the pandemic has certainly further blurred the boundaries between the online and the offline. So very often when we observe activities or practices of online communities or groups, this relates in very meaningful ways to offline activities, such as, for instance, street protests that are organized in parallel. So we get actually access through the online also to lots of offline activities that are meaningful for the expression of protest. So the one does no longer exclude the other. The same holds also with regard to the question of the representativeness of the sample. It's of course always good and useful to be critical and to be concerned with the quality of our data and to ask, what does it represent? And very often small qualitative case studies of social media groups, for instance, are very limited in terms of what they represent. And we should not fall into the trap of generalizing too quickly. This is all true. On the other hand, this was also our problem in dealing with kind of street protests in the old days. Or with newspaper articles. We only selected a few newspapers that we thought were representative. And if you think, for instance, at the distribution of newspaper articles, what we can say for sure is that a printed newspaper articles reaches out to a couple of 10,000 people. But if a newspaper article is shared through Facebook, it might reach out to hundreds of thousands. So we can see that the representative then online might be even enhanced in some cases.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think with this we can wrap up this session. Sorry for the short delay, but fortunately we had a long lunch break already planned. Thanks again for our guests to have participated here: Marco Deseriis, Mattoni, Elena Pavan, Hans-Jörg Trenz. We can, as we did before, pause the call, and we will reconvene here at 3 for the following session on democracy and social movement, which will be chaired by Donatella Laporta. See you in a while.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Please, Donatella.
Okay. Just a second. Now it is closed. Just another second. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Okay.
I'm seeing the gallery on the right and and democracy and social movements in the middle.
Now it's okay.
Yes.
I prepared the PowerPoint in order to be to take less time, but it's always open to disruption. So welcome all, and I'm very glad to chair this roundtable on democracy and social movements, which is the third final roundtable. Then we will have the presentation of the second editions of the Blackwell Encyclopedia of Political and Social Movements. As I mentioned this morning, in preparing this Happy Birthday Cosmos conference, we had thought about three central topics, not exhaustive of the different type of concerns and research that Cosmos has addressed, but which represent some core field of interest. We had also a very hard time in selecting the people we wanted to invite, because we had to make a difficult choice, and I'm sure that many others of our Cosmos members and friends would have been very interesting to listen to on this topic. So we take this as just a first round of discussions that can be continued also later on. So in having now our panel composed of colleagues and friends, I tried to combine different skills and different perspectives. And I'm very glad that the following speakers have accepted to participate. Fillieule from Occidental College, Rossella Ciccia from Oxford, Mario Diani from Trento, Sven Utter from the WZB in Berlin, Dieter Rucht from the Institut für Protest- und Bewegungsforschung, and Sidney Taro from Cornell University. All colleagues who have been in Cosmos in previous periods of their life, and that have visited us and that have played always a very important role in the development of the Center on Social Movement Studies. I organized this roundtable a bit differently than the previous two ones, because we are many. We will not have two rounds, but just one round of about 10 minutes presentations of ideas and suggestions, especially about directions in which we can develop our research. And I wanted to introduce some elements of this debate. So in the Cosmos, in the last 10 years, we have addressed many different topics referring with social movements. This is just a short selection of books that have addressed different elements of that affects democracy and the interactions with social movements. What I want to do in this debate is to start from a last one of this series of books on how social movements can save democracy, in order to reflect on the trends that we are watching in our context, and the ways in which social movements of different types are reacting to that. So democratic challenges, and one of the elements which I think is important to reflect upon is how to go beyond the backlash, thinking in terms of which democratic trends we are living in different regimes, and in terms of social movements influence, going beyond also the observations of what social movements can do when they are at the gates, as Sid has reminded us, looking at various paths of influence, of advantages and of risks. So what social movements can do when they intervene in democratic settings, through policy outcomes, through changing in political cultures, through the prefigurations of possible utopias, but also through the penetrations of institutions. And this is something that I want to put attention upon in what follows. So we are living, and this morning they've been cited several times, in times of crisis, one after the next, from the financial crisis to the migration crisis, to the climate crisis, to the pandemic crisis, to the war crisis. Social movements are reacting very quickly to this crisis, but also are very affected by the development of critical junctures that change the type of temporality, to refer to Fillieule observations, produce what Balsinger called thickened histories that are particularly affected by eventful forms of protest. And we see it recently from Fridays for Future to the Black Lives Matter, the capacity of some protests to catalyze tensions. And in these, social movements are also important as creators of new norms. I think what we are going to discuss today, and I think is an important element to keep in mind for future research, is that many of these trends have been intersecting very quickly, very rapidly. So we had waves of democratizations, but also waves of what Nancy Bermeo and others have called backsliding, so countries that have marginally moved towards authoritarianism. And we have also in democratic countries a sort of contemporary tensions between democratic innovations that broaden the accountability and transparency of institutions and phenomenon of backlash. So what I think emerged also from today's discussions has been the need to look at hybridizations, as to look at the permeability of borders between different phenomena and disciplines. So there has been an hybridizations of activities. In part, it was always there, but I think it has been more and more evident that social movements are entering institutions through referendums and electoral politics, sort of crowdsourced constitutions making, lifestyles about which we were talking this morning, also the penetration in the market. And this has also brought about an hybridizations of actors. So social movements were never just acting in the street, but more and more they are, say, blurring borders, hybridizing with civil society organizations, with political parties, with trade unions, with cooperatives. So it is a trends of hybridizations in which we see also new movements emerging. And we have been seeing new generations of movement. We have been seeing coalitions between movements, but we have been seeing also new cleavages and sort of more and more visible new cleavages within existing movement, from the feminist movement to the environmental movement to the peace movement. Now we see that crisis also are discursive critical junctures, are also challenging the ways in which some type of topic were traditionally addressed from the left and from the right, and they are creating new type of divisions within disciplines. And so thinking about democracy is something that requires also in the field of social movements, more disciplinary dialogues. Between, for instance, just to cite disciplines that I found extremely important to use in our research, political economy, for instance, when we return to discuss class divisions, development of capitalism, and the effects on social movements themselves. Psychology, when I started to study anti-vax, having to reflect also on issues like conspiracy, collective forms of collective behaviors. We have also to refer to these disciplines. We have to also, thinking about the discussions this morning, we have to look into humanities, not only history, but more and more also the sort of disciplines that address the artistic type of performances, as well as, of course, theorizations in philosophy. And as also Elena was saying this morning, there is also more and more interactions also with art sciences on several of these reflections. And we have interactions with disciplines that are already per se bridging different type of traditional approaches, from gender studies to environmental studies to urban studies. So this is for the next selection. So these are just a set of issues that I would like to discuss with the participant to our roundtable. And if he agrees, I would like to start with Sid, who I consider to be, for Cosmos, a padrino. Padrino in the Italian sense of the term. Padrino because he was there to when Cosmos started at the Scuola Normale Superiore, and at the European University Institute. He has been there when we inaugurated the second life of Cosmos at the Scuola Normale Superiore, and he has given us always protection and stimulus for our development. So I think that terms of hybridizations is something on which Sid is working at the moment, and the relationship between social movement, political parties, and electoral processes. And Sid, thank you for being with us also in this 10th anniversary, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Donatella. It's a pleasure to be here, even virtually, although I'm not sure I appreciate being called a padrino, because literally speaking, a padrino means a little father. And when you get to my age, you begin to lose height. But thank you very much for the compliment and for asking me to participate in this roundtable. It would have been easy to talk for 10 minutes about any one of Cosmos's many efforts over the past 10 years, in particular those about the relationship between democracy and movements that Donatella has most recently become engaged in. I would like to start instead from another product of this house, and that is the relationship between movements and neoliberalism, thinking of the book from 2017 about movement parties against austerity. This is not to be deliberately contrary, but to raise the question of how democracy and social movements relationship is affected by the broader neoliberal structural context in which they appear. Cosmos has done excellent work on the relations between neoliberalism and movements. and on the relationships between democracy and movements, what I would propose is that the next step might be to look at a triangular relationship among neoliberalism, social movements, and democracy. Now, the work on movement parties that arose in Europe between the beginning of this century and the Cosmos 2017 book has been excellent. It's drawn our attention back to structural factors of capitalism and neoliberalism, but it has been distinct from work on democracy, which has been developed by Cosmos and by others at the same time. So if you will, following on Donatella's growing interest in hybridization, I would like to sketch 4 different examples of this triangular relationship, which might help us to get started in thinking about these relationships. The first and probably the most famous is the relationship between anti-democracy and neoliberalism in the South American cases that Federico and others of you have studied and which you know much more about than I do. And I think in particular of the case of Chile, where democracy was destroyed in 1973, about the same time as a neoliberal policy structure was created. You're all familiar with how the Chicago boys came to Chile and helped to move the country towards neoliberalism and towards massive inequality. That took a while, but it eventually led to a democratic movement, a movement which overthrew the dictatorship. But the interesting thing was that it did not lead to a movement society. It didn't even lead to movement parties. It led to the suppression of movements. Suppression is probably too strong a word. It led to the casting aside of the movements by the re-emerging party system. And that takes me to the second model of the relations between these 3 things, and that is democratic transition based on pact making in the context of a neoliberal economic policy. And here again, the case of Chile is archetypical because, as many of you will know, the Concertación that took over from the dictatorship retained much of the neoliberal policy structures, of the dictatorship. And that leads eventually to probably the highest level of inequality in Latin America in the presence of neoliberal economic growth. And that produces equality movements, beginning with student movements in 2010 and ending with the estallido social in 2019 and 2020, an equality movement of the left, whose results are not yet with us. The third model I would like to put on the table is one of weak democracy combined with neoliberalism. And here again, the Latin American cases are archetypical, in particular cases like Brazil, which produced the Workers' Party, and Bolivia, which produced the MAS. These 2 alternatives, which have been carefully studied by my colleague, Ken Roberts, produce 2 very different political outcomes. In the stronger party systems, like those of Brazil, what it leads to is a movement party that becomes institutionalized in the form of the Workers' Party. In the case of Bolivia, as Santiago Enria has demonstrated in his excellent 2019 book, it leads to a movement party, which replaces the older party system. So we have an outcome of a left-wing movement party from the interaction between a weak democracy and neoliberal policies, the Washington Consensus. The fourth model, which is the one that I've spent the most time recently studying, is the American one of a strong democracy in the presence of neoliberal economic policies, which produce a number of movement outcomes, but most recently and most dramatically, the creation of a right-wing movement party, the Trumpist Republican Party. And here there could be much to be said, but we won't have time to go into it. But I think the important point I'd like to make is that Trumpism, which is often reduced to the concept of populism, is actually
Sid, I think we cannot
from the middle
now,
class.
yes. We have lost you for a couple of minutes.
Should I continue?
Yes, maybe summarizing what you have said in the last couple of minutes, because there
I'm about to finish, Donatella. And so what we have is a right-wing populist neoliberal party that emerges in the context of a strong democracy, but a neoliberal economic system. So these are just four ideas that emerge from thinking about the triangular relationship among movements, neoliberalism, and democracy, and maybe Cosmos in its next decade will bring together its various interests and focus on these this triangular relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. I didn't want to interrupt you. It was only that the connections had been, your connections had been interrupted for a couple of minutes, but I think you have remade the connections with the rest. Just wanted to say that padrino in Italian is not a small father, but it is a godfather, and I think the other translation is the best man. And in this sense, I mentioned padrino that is usually chosen for children that are newly born as a sort point of inspirations and a guide. So in this sense, I think you have been a padrino to us. So I take from what you have said two main elements. One is that we are living in times in which there are very different paths that are developing quickly. And also that we have maybe to go back more systematically to cross-national comparative politics. That's maybe we have in time a bit overlooked by focusing on global trend and global wave of actions. On these issues, I wanted to ask Dieter, who was reflected about the big structural transformations and their effect on social movements, to present his ideas.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello to everybody, including the friends and people I know quite well since many years. Now, considering the topic of this panel today, democracy and social movements, of course, many aspects could and should be studied. However, I would like to focus on one single question and highlighting only this question. And it's as follows: why and how in liberal representative democracy of the Western world, these democracies are now challenged and undermined basically by right-wing groups and right-wing movements. So this is a question I'm also personally worried. I'm worried about this question in political terms, but I'm also worried about this question in a more professional way, because I think we have not really understood what is going on right now and what was going on in the last 2 or 3 decades in the Western world. If we look back, far back in history, I'm always claiming or contending that social movements gave birth, they were the motors of creating democracy by and large. So in a way, they were the midwives in a longer process. It was not just a single act of the birth, but it was a longer process depending on the areas and the times you're looking at. But also social movements continued to refine, to deepen, and to elaborate the system of democratic institutions. This did not fall from the heaven, but it was a result of many, many struggles over a period of 250 years or so. And if you take the worldwide picture, you will see that this was a success story, because more and more nations that have been created or that existed already adopted democracy in its basic institutional framework. However, since let's say 10 years or so, the number of full-blown democracies is declining. And today, or looking back just for 2 years at the most recent figures, we see that only 8.4% of the world population is now living in full democracies, whereas more than 35% are living in authoritarian regimes, and the rest is living in between in either hybrid regimes or flawed democracies. So there is a kind of backlash, a global backlash on the average level, but there is also a backlash if we look at more particular countries, and the list is pretty long, spanning from the United States to countries such as France, Italy, Turkey, Hungary, Poland. In all these countries, I would claim democracy is in a difficult process. It's at least challenged, and in some of these countries, it's really undermined. And that's a crucial question we have not yet really studied. We can, of course, study this at the superficial level in looking at institutions and so forth, but the reasons behind this process are not yet fully understood. So I suggest to focus on this question and to understand what happened in the last 2 or 3 decades in the Western world. And this brings me now to, without going into any detail, to some hints about the broader research agenda. And I think studying this question is beyond the capacities of any individual researcher on the globe and beyond the capacity of a small group of researchers. So it should be a collective enterprise, not a huge project, but it should be a close collaboration between different people working on different aspects to understand that question. So it has to be transnational. It should be, as Donatella mentioned earlier, it should be a comparative study, not looking just at one country or a few countries, but not all countries, but a good sample of countries, I would say. And it should study at 3 levels, ranging from the micro to the meso level. And just to give a few hints on these 3 levels, On the micro level, we have comparative data based on survey data, representative surveys of the overall population. But my impression is that these surveys are not really very helpful and instrumental in understanding what is going on in the brains of these individuals who sympathize or actively support right-wing groups. I use this as a broader generic term without specification or definition. Maybe I come back to that a bit later. At the micro level, I think we need in-depth studies based on semi-structured or open interviews to understand what are the individual motives. And we cannot study this question based on these survey items, which are pretty crude and which do not provide a real understanding what is going on that level. At the meso level, I think it's necessary to study the social networks, the groups, the organizations, the parties, the alliances that loosely link these heterogeneous groups in particular nations, but also at the cross-national level. So network analysis would be one instrument, but again, I think the usual way of doing network analysis is provides us with too crude, with too superficial information about the kind of networks. So it should be also studied on the basis of a comparison of cases. And in doing so, we also have to take into account, at least if I consider France or if I consider Germany, I think remarkable differences between these networks at the urban level or city level and in the rural areas. I think the structures are quite distinct in rural areas and are not really understood by people who live all their life in big cities. So the problems at the countryside and also the networks are of a different nature, I would claim, it's just a hypothesis, when compared to those in the cities. Of course, there's also something in between the rural areas and the cities. And thirdly, at the macro level, we also need a better understanding of the big trends that somehow influence the emergent and the increasing stabilization of these. I wouldn't say it's a single movement, but it's rather a network, a loose network of various more specific networks. But what are the macro trends behind these processes? And I think here we also need a fuller picture by taking into account first economic developments, anxieties, insecurity produced by very general, broad and abstract and global trends. Sid mentioned neoliberalism. This is something that really has to be taken into account to understand the emergence of these groups. At the political level, we witness in many countries a kind of alienation between the rulers and the ruled. So people in Germany go into the streets, right-wingers, and they claim Freiheit, liberty, which is historically a claim coming from the left wing. But we have to understand why so many people are now fearing that they are losing their liberty. So, and again, to understand that, we need these studies, in-depth studies at the micro level, qualitative studies, not focusing on many cases or numbers or individuals, but based on a typology, a theoretically guided typology of people who belong to different strands. Thirdly, again, relating to the macro-structural processes, I think we have to consider socio-political, the socio-cultural developments many of these people are disoriented. They want to have clear guidelines, what is right and wrong, what is male, what is female, how education has to be done, what is right, what is wrong. And they cannot really cope with this pluralization of values where you have neighbors who are living a completely different life, educating their children in a different way than you would like to do that. So they feel somehow disoriented, and when faced with this many possibilities of behaving, of raising children, of selecting clothes, and so forth and so forth. So just my final remark right now, I began my studies of social movements with a focus on progressive movements, the movements I liked. In the 1990s, I became aware of these right-wing groups which were on the rise, but which I didn't really consider as a danger for democracy at large. And now in the last 10 years or so, when I moved towards a closer look at these groups, especially in Germany, I became more and more alarmed. And I don't think that democracy is really currently in Germany at risk. But what we witness is also a general trend going into the same direction as in a number of other countries where this development, especially looking at the US, is already crystal clear. So for political and for professional reasons, I suggest to put this question at the fore of future research, of course, not including other interests which people may choose for whatever reasons. But if I would have to provide any advice, what should be done, where to concentrate resources, I would strongly recommend to focus on this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dieter. And I think that indeed also from your presentation what becomes very evident is that historical comparative perspective have to be developed in order to address general trends, but also specific type of transformations. And for instance, the literature on backsliding, I think, is interesting because it focuses on the fact that some of these changes happen in some countries, but not in others. They can be reversed very quickly in some countries, if we look especially at the institutional transformations, and also that in many cases, they do not imply the disappearance of democracy, but say disturbances in the ways in which different checks and balances work. And I think you and Sid both mentioned economic type or increasing economic inequalities, social inequalities, neoliberalism as a challenge. This morning in the debate on the mass media, Hans-Jörg and others, they've pointed at the risks of an homogenization of the public spheres with reduction of pluralism. And I want to go also with our next speakers in the reflections on the implications of these general systemic trends on specific social movements. And I want to ask Mario, what are the implications for social networks within different hypotheses about the implications of different types of democratic deepening or democratic backsliding on social movement networks. And then I want to ask Phil about auch the specific forms that anti-gender movements take. And I would like to keep Rosella and Sven for maybe some more optimistic perspectives on how movements can resist this path. So Mario.
Wow. In a way, you saved my day, because I had prepared a set of notes exactly to this question. Then listening to Sid and Dieter, I was thinking of going freely into another direction, but now I go back to what I was suggesting from the beginning. I think, okay, it's a pedantic, let me start with a pedantic comment. Can you hear me properly? Is it working? Yeah. Okay. I think my impression is, first of all, that I think we should keep one thing in mind, namely that, generally speaking, democracy is, I remember an old comment by Giovanni Sartori. You're saying that democracy is very fragile. It's not, it cannot be taken for granted. He was talking in the context of Italy in the 70s, when progressive movements were pushing very strongly and therefore strengthening, emphasizing the need to improve and enlarge the scope of democratic practices. And if I think the question links to what extent democracy, for example, affects the structure of collective action in different settings. Is something that is worth looking. And let me go back to I don't have all this set of comparative research done, but I've done a few studies of networks in cities in very different contexts. And this brings me to, in particular, to what I would like to offer is a kind of thought about the different levels of consolidation of the democratic system in different countries, and how these may affect actually the shape of our objects of analysis. And in that regard, what I found, I think that we need to think of social movement not just as aggregation of actors, but precisely as networks that have a certain continuity over time, networks of multiple actors, and networks which are connected, I would say, at multiple levels. That's a kind of multiple level of interactions, ties which have to do with the exchange of resources, ties which have to do with the definition of identities, broad collective identities. Now, if I did work both in the UK and in two cities which are quite different, Bristol and Glasgow, and I've done work in South Africa as well. And what I found was that the pattern, regardless of the characteristics of the specific organizations and actors involved, the pattern of connection that I find proximate to the social movement, namely multiple networks with a broad capacity to act and to connect, is much more diffuse in the countries where democracy is less consolidated, namely South Africa. How does South Africa compare to UK? UK, I take it as with a certain level of approximation as an example of, say, consolidated democracy. There are two aspects. One is the salience of the cleavage. The salience of the cleavage is extremely high. And at the same time, the system is not entirely consolidated. There is in comparative terms, there are lower levels of mutual trust among political actors in South Africa than in a country like the UK. Mutual, by trust, I don't mean sympathy, I mean predictability of behavior. So what I found was that in a context like South Africa, the mechanisms of alliance building, the mechanism that enable a connectivity to come together are much more closely supported also and embedded in ties which are, I would say, of the communitarian kind, namely ties which are embedded in the practices of activists, in the which rely on multiple memberships and multiple involvements, which rely on a strong, in a strong sense, in a very strong sense, on the ties that are created that you can find in the local community. And regarding the UK, the model, which is the city which was most distant, where this model is less present, was the city which is closer to actually the model of the post-industrial city, namely Bristol by comparison to Glasgow. Namely, the weaker the political, the traditional cleavage, the traditional identities become, and the less you find of this ability of organization to create sustained networks which are not coalition based on single ad hoc initiatives, but which are also embedded in deeper kind of interpersonal and deeper ties. Now, where does this bring us? I think actually, I suspect really, Bristol is an exemplification, is an illustration of the kind of situation that most of the social movements that we see in the West, which have been our reference point, are actually facing a situation in which people are not. It's more difficult to aggregate people on the basis which are not occasional, which are not very much linked to issues. But we are, I insist, rely on deeper sets of ties, on deeper interpersonal or community networks. So fundamentally, my impression is, on the one hand, that in this regard, the more we go to assuming that the trend towards the weakening of traditional cleavages is confirmed, that the more we go to a situation of which corresponds to the pluralistic model, or in many ways of multiple lines of identity and multiple lines of multiple forms of social organization, the less we are likely to find that the social movement pattern standard. This is my first impression. But I think there is a larger issue that we should, to some extent, take into account, the fact that we're actually going, I think, it's not me, I think, I mean, there are many people who claim that much more reliable than me, but we are going in a situation in which democracy, as Dieter was saying, is drastically, I think, in its substance, is drastically diminishing. We are facing situations, I mean, in many ways. The weakening, for example, the contemporary model of the movement has been defined in reference to the idea that it was important to take control of the state, or it was possible to affect the state policy. That was that the model of the movement, as we know, multiple networks, intense coordinated networks, is a model that, in some ways, depending on the state, Sid and Chuck Tilley highlighted that very well a long time ago. But now, what we are seeing now instead is a situation, I think, in the West, of drastic fragmentation and the reduction of the role of the state, the multiplication of sources of power in the institutions, transnational institutions, local institutions, that they ignore the role of the state. And this is not creating, so this is not, I think this is drastically undermining the space of action for social movements. I think what we're seeing now increasingly are this reflects also in the fragmentation, the multiplication of instances of collective action. I think, and I close with this comment. I think so far we are using, even in this discussion, even this morning, we are referring generically to social movement. I think we should be careful in using that, because if I see what I'm seeing in these days around many instances of collective action, which have even be quite intense, but which have increasing difficulties to connect to each other. I think we are treating right now. We have done it in the past as well, but we're treating right now what we rather call campaigns. We're treating them as movements, and I think we are. I'm not sure we are capturing really the specific dynamic which is going on, because one of the key issues we are facing now is precisely the fact we are not short of collective action. we have innumerable episodes of collective action. I would say most of them takes the forms of occasionally ad hoc protest campaigns. Other take the form of lifestyle communities, the one that Balsinger was talking about this morning. I think the biggest difficulty right now is to find some kind of common ground, a synthesis, to bring all these different strands of action together. And in that regard, I think that what I find most dramatic is the dramatic crisis of established political parties. And in part, there's always been a constant dialogue between parties and movements and non-partisan types of organizations. And I don't think this hybridization is a recent phenomenon, but I think that what we are seeing now actually is the dramatic void in the role that used to be played by traditional parties. And that's where I think lies the biggest threat for democracy.
Thank you, Mario. And I want to ask later on to Rossella about coalitions and potential for coalitions between different campaigns. But before, I wanted to ask Phil about how much is trajectory in the interest in social movements has been affected by the historical transformations that also Dieter described. So you have been looking in the past at how successfully, to a large extent, progressive social movements have been in looking at using different channels, also at transnational level, in order to achieve important broadening of citizens' rights, civic rights, political rights, and so on. Now you focus on the other side, on networks that are mobilizing against this type of progressive gains. Can you address this? Also thinking in terms of this just a change of timing in which we are in the backlash phases of sort of cyclical developments? Or is there also tensions between different type of achievements and, can I say, negative outcomes instead of these processes?
Thank you, Donatella. Yes, I'm very happy to talk about exactly that, those two sides of that coin. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's very early in California, but the sun has started to rise, so I hope that I'm not too slow. Not the best morning person, but it's a huge honor to be with my exceptional colleagues here, and thank you to Donatella and the Lorenzos for their hard work organizing this. And in a way, thinking about Cosmos's 10-year anniversary, it is exactly that divide that you just mentioned, Donatella, that really connects me to Cosmos, because I was working on converting my dissertation, which Sid supervised, into a book during my years of postdoc in 2013 and 14 at Cosmos. But it was also a year when I was starting to observe a lot of the backlash, which has always existed around LGBT rights at local, national levels, really emerging more strongly at this transnational space, in many ways using many of the same tools that the LGBT movement had wielded to produce these really unprecedented and sudden successful developments that you mentioned, Donatella, that were emerging also in response to that movement in new ways. And it was also in Florence that I met Christina Stöckel, who became my co-author. We've applied for a grant that year, and we started writing now, I guess, 8 years. We've been working on this project where we've been studying some of these anti-LGBT networks, which we call politicized moral conservative movements. And just to show how connected Cosmos is on all of these timely debates, Christina is actually presenting part of our work at this wonderful workshop that Cosmos has dedicated specifically to these actors next month in May. So always, I think, at the front of the conversation. So I want to think about both of those strands in my remarks here. that Donatella laid out, thinking first, briefly about the deepening of democracy and the ability of the LGBT movement, which is a movement, as Dieter put it, that I like, that I was studying, these progressive movements, how they've been able to penetrate existing institutions, and then switch in the second half to talking about the responses to that movement and the transnationalization of backlash towards LGBT movements, especially in the last decade. And when I was working on the first iteration, there was a lot of surprising changes that really came as unexpected positive surprises. It's one of the few movements, I think, when we think of deepening democracy around human rights issues, that in the last, at least in the new century, we've seen really rapid changes, both in terms of attitudes towards LGBT people, but also in the set of rights which existed in very few places, rights that included LGBT people in the frameworks of their states, that proliferated in multiple places, and also unexpected ones. You have Ireland introducing marriage equality by popular vote. Wasn't a very likely case that we would have anticipated, or, to the south, the small Catholic island of Malta, which is the top score on LGBT rights index, both in terms of trans recognition and LGBTI people, probably also not the most likely case that we would have anticipated. And that had to do with our focus many times on domestic explanations rooted in, how secular a state was, how rich it was, and the level of democracy of those states that often oriented us to the small states of Northern Europe as the most likely cases to introduce these kind of rights for LGBT people. But it overlooked the fact that many of these issues, like marriage equality, which existed nowhere not long ago, started to exist in multiple dozens of states, and which means that it's not, that's not wholly a coincidence, and there was something international going on there. And this was what what I was looking at in the earlier work at Cosmos, was trying to understand the international channels that make some states more porous to these rights, and that have led to proliferation of new kinds of rights in many states around the world, including in states that we would have seen as unlikely to adopt them originally. And those channels involved, social channels circulating new ideas and images, political channels in terms of states joining international organizations that had certain minimal standards around LGBT people that introduced new rights, and then also mediated channels by local activists who were embedded in transnational advocacy networks and who were able to play a two-level game of drawing some resources and best practices from outside the state, but then able to package these very contentious norms in a language that resonated to some degree locally. And that's why you see a lot of variation. In some cases, LGBT rights are presented in a Catholic language in Poland, for example, which wouldn't make sense somewhere else. And so this led to, a lot of successes, or made a strong case for the effect that transnational movements can have on the ability of new norms to change domestic frameworks, and also many cases make democracy more inclusive and better in many states. But as the theme of this panel rightly points out, these successes have come against a backdrop of notable crises of rights and equality and recession that also play into democratic backsliding, nationalism, and populism. And they're crises that have in recent years overshadowed some of these more exciting movement gains, because they rightly place a spotlight on the persistent, oppression of LGBT people in many different societies, and the fact that these norms continue to provoke an intense resistance, including at the transnational level. And that's what I'd like to switch my focus to. And there's many ways we can talk about how there's crises in democracies for LGBT people, also including which LGBT people have been left out of the LGBT movement originally, also other issues of the co-optation by far-right parties, sometimes of LGBT themes in certain states, which is really interesting and new. But I'd like to focus my remarks on this issue that Donatella brings up about this norm polarization we see in the world around LGBT rights, and also the illiberal forces that are pushing back against the rapid diffusion of LGBT rights in a concerning trend that also produces new alternative norms, new alternative laws that diffuse to many cases. And a lot of them are focused around the so-called concept of gender ideology, which is a basket of things loosely defined that involve women's rights, and increasingly so also folding in LGBT rights as something that needs to be opposed, that states defend as as protecting traditional, so-called traditional values and tradition that has led to a very coordinated movement on the transnational level. And it's interesting in a few different ways. One of the ways it's interesting that it involves a conglomeration of, of civil society groups that are connected transnationally, which is very interesting because a lot of the early resistance to gender issues, which are fluid and have seemed to push back against the fixity of national identity, a lot of these resistances were based in nationalism. But you see relatively nationalist actors, working in a global space, crossing, national boundaries that, even though they're all about defending their national sovereignty, meet together in these spaces. And also this interesting religious oecumenism that brings together various religious traditions that have a long history of also, talking about the superiority of their religious denominations that come together and meet to channel a new kind of politics across many states. And so there's certain international umbrella groups like the World Congress of Families that bring together activists from many different states. There's important states that pioneer a kind of traditional values paradigms, something we hear in the news a lot now with the Russian state that is introducing, folding in LGBT people into a lot of geopolitical issues that I'll get to in a second. And then also important international organizations like the Catholic Church or Orthodox Church that have taken a really strong stand against the so-called gender ideology, and that leads to, not only proliferation of movement activists at the transnational level, but also a certain set of new kinds of laws that are diffusing in the opposite direction. So when I was at Cosmos, there was this important so-called anti-gay propaganda law that was introduced in Russia, also similar to kinds of laws we had at a local level, sometimes in the US in the 70s, but a law that basically removed discourse of LGBT people from the public sphere. And then you see that cropping up in Hungary, for example, last summer, or just this month in Florida, there's an iteration of it in the so-called Don't Say Gay bill that removes these topics from schools at certain ages. And so these are the kind of, religious liberty bills, anti-gay propaganda bills, et cetera, that are also diffusing as part of this movement and are landing in many states that are rolling back these rights. And they're funded also by states that we would call so-called gay-friendly states, including a lot of the movement funding for this network comes from groups in the US and other wealthy states in Western Europe where the issue is seen as LGBT rights have moved forward, as taking the issue elsewhere where it's still a more winnable one, even in the US during the Trump administration, there were 180 rollbacks on various LGBT rights provisions. So it's not stable anywhere. I'm a little short on time, but a lot of the way the LGBT movement has responded to this by also trying to mirror and take back some of those issues, trying to rethink how we talk about the family, rethink how we talk about religion, has created a very interested and contested dynamic, but one that happens also above the level of the state and that trickles down in new ways to change also how the movement talks about itself, which is really fascinating. But I'll end my remarks there. And thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you, Phil, for all, among others, because it's in the middle of the night that the conference is taking place in California. And I want to ask now Rosella to intervene, also because there is often the impressions that we had a progressive moment and then we have a regressive moment. But the work that you have done when you were at Cosmos, and you have continued also later on, points at the capacity in particular of the women's movement to resist the backlash. And this is something that has emerged in several countries, also in the countries that have been backsliding more, like in Hungary, in Poland, in particular, in Turkey, and now in Russia also, where the women's movement seems one of the few that is able to organize protest against the war. So from your own work, reflecting on democratic developments, which is the potential roles also of women to react to the backlash or the challenges to democracy, what is the democratic roles of these movements, and any other type of comments you want to give us. Welcome.
Thank you, Donatella. So I also want to start by saying thank you for inviting me to this celebration, but also thank you, Donatella, for allowing me to join this Cosmos family, because I got so many ideas from coming to the lecture, talking to you, reading the work of people in this group. So I think this Cosmos, there is really exciting work in Cosmos and so rich. So I want to use my 10 minutes actually to speak a bit about this topic from the perspective of my own area of research. So I'm not going to focus specifically on women's movement, but I am going to focus on coalitions, which is something you asked about. But I want to talk about the relationship between welfare state, social movement, and social inequalities, which is something that I started to work at Cosmos and continue to work on now. And also maybe try to offer a more positive, like not more positive, but a positive message. So, I mean, if you think about the relationship between social movement and welfare state, this is a very intimate relationship, and we've known about it for a long time, and there's been a great deal of attention and studies on this topic. And indeed, like, in welfare state research, we know that, the origin themselves of welfare states are in social movement, mobilizing and making claims. And this has led to the recognition of social problems as social risks that were worth of state action and resources. So social movement are, the cause of welfare state in a way. But which social movement? No? So if we think about what has been studied, there's been a lot of attention to labor movements and also the women's movement, actually. And especially the role inside and outside the state as key actors in the emergence of all major social programs in Europe, in North America, but also several other regions of the world. But this attention to this movement led us to neglect other movements that also represent groups that are affected and affect the welfare state. And these are in part, what Philip was talking about, the LGBTQ movement, migrants and racial minorities. And I found this particularly problematic today because as Philip was saying, and also Dieter, I mean, the issues that touch upon these groups are actually the issues that are central to political conflict today. So if we want to understand, the contemporary trajectory of welfare state, we need to include a broader set of political mobilization. But it's also problematic, I think, this focus on gender and labor movement, because it's too Western-centric and it doesn't recognize that other movements, for instance, anti-racist and anti-colonial movement, were very important in the emergence of welfare state in other regions of the world. There is also a second challenge that I think comes from the way social movement, the relationship between social movement and welfare state has been studied. And that's I think, the prevalence of an approach that actually focuses on like single identities and single inequalities, both in terms of the politics of welfare states and the outputs of welfare state. So we've looked at welfare state from the point of view of class, of gender, but we haven't really looked at other social division that much. And this means that we haven't considered the way in which, movement mobilizing for welfare affect each other, and how the struggle, this political struggle, actually shape and affect each other. And I think this is problematic on the one hand, because it doesn't reflect reality, which is much more complex. So there are several mobilizations, but also because it has led us to think of the politics of welfare state as a politics of trade-offs between social groups and goals that concern them. And I have problems with that, because in my view, like, I think that we need to acknowledge that there is potential for welfare state to become a true force of social justice, which spans across several, if not all, social inequalities. So as a way to overcome these interconnected issues, I would like to argue that we should look at the politics of welfare state as the politics of coalition building. And here, there is really I think, a really good marriage between social movement theory and welfare state studies. And in particular, through the concept of intersectional solidarity, which is something I worked on while at Cosmos. And I think three types of coalition are particularly important. The first is within movements or within organization, and concern the extent to which organization making claim around welfare adopt a set of practices and identity that recognizes that they are diverse within. And so try to counteract the marginalization of less powerful groups within them. And this type of coalition has been most widely theorized and researched in studies of political intersectionality, which also links to social movement. Now, the second type of coalition is actually the coalition I'm more interested in at the moment, right now, and instead concern the creation of cross-movement alliances between organizations representing different identities or social inequalities. So, for instance, between the feminist and anti-racist movement. Now, there is this idea that these coalitions are difficult to build and sustain, probably true, that they are temporary and that they're driven by, particular political opportunities or goals. But I want to say that there are durable ones. For instance, in the US, we have seen a durable alliance between Organization of Women of Color, LGBTQ, and disabled people activists mobilizing around reproductive rights, which is a very contentious issue at the moment. So in a recent article with Connie Rocheban, we have argued that there are three types of key themes that shape a possibility for this type of coalition. The first is, you could say, dialogue across difference. So the development of frames that help organization make connection between each other's goals and struggles. And I think this aspect, for instance, makes clear that once these organizations enter in coalition, they're not unchanged. I mean, a true coalition requires them in a way to rethink their goals and aims, in a way to consider the connection with other struggles. Of course, frames are not, additional discursive, framing resources are not enough. We need two other things. The second is the presence of organizational forms and practice that foster inclusive representation. For instance, a diverse leadership, inclusive mechanism of deliberation, and changes also in the way their organization represent themselves. And the third one, which is actually very difficult to enact, is the sharing of a wide array of resources, including expertise, financial and institutional ones. So this type of coalition across cross-movement alliances, I call them issue alliances, because they often develop around specific welfare issues or instances of reform. And where they develop, I think, they're not only a powerful instrument to pressure political elite for policy change, but also I think they're a good strategy, a good response to counter movement or regressive mobilizations. Then the final form of coalition I'm interested in, the third type, is what I call reform coalition. And this concerns the relation between social movement and institutional actors, such as political parties, trade unions, employers, or even particular state bureaucracies. Now, it's in the back and forth of negotiations between all of these actors that issue coalition actually transform and materialize in reform coalition, which have, produced real outcomes, for instance, in the form of a policy reform or legislative change. A range of factors are important also here for this change to happen. For instance, brokers, political opportunities, but also the institutional design of the decision-making process. So I think in trying to understand the shift between issue coalition, reform coalition, so coalition that happen in civil society across inequalities, and coalition that happens between the civil society and institutional sphere, it is, I think, theoretically where we could see, a really productive collaboration between social perspective, also in social policy, for instance, historical institutionalism and theories of social movement. Of course, this type of coalition, reform coalition, have been studied already, mostly in relation to single progressive movement, for instance, feminism movement, state feminism is such a theory, but also in other social movement research. But the little grudge I have at the moment is that welfare state research is not really studying this anymore. And that's because nowadays more recent theories and studies in welfare state scholarship are all located in the field of electoral politics and political party behavior narrowly defined. And so I think we have lost a bit touch. No, sorry. So I think, that this area of research about the politics of welfare state has lost a bit of
very
touch.
briefly that you needed a signature. So how would you like to get that?
Is someone connected? Mute the mic.
I think it's gone.
Maybe it's gone.
Okay, so I was almost finished anyway. I hope.
Can you mute the mic, please, John?
Okay, I will try to conclude. So, so I was saying that, like in welfare state, new theories of like the study of the politics of welfare state nowadays is mostly about electoral politics and political parties behavior, and this has meant that, like at its origin, this field was very much more linked with sociological studies of social conflict, and this has been lost. So to conclude, I think, where I stand now is that at a certain point, there was an intimate relationship between welfare state and social movement research, but they have become progressively estranged. And this actually really affects negatively our ability to understand the trajectory of contemporary welfare state, and the possibility for progressive social change, and especially when we look at multiple inequalities that are influenced by welfare state and influence the welfare state. So I think, for me, looking forward, looking at the politics of welfare state as the politics of coalition building, and particularly with regard to
in the middle of trying to finish a letter to UCLA political science.
Perfect.
No, I moved.
Okay. Well, just to finish, I think, this is promising, and it's an area where, coalition have been central to social movement theorizing and to both welfare state theorizing. So I think, if we think about coalition building across inequality, it could be a way to bring welfare state research back to its sociological roots, and also link more social movement research to the study of multiple intersecting inequality.
Thank you, Rossella. And if I can be optimistic, what I see is also some possibilities to bring, again, more connections between research on welfare and research on social movements through the role that health rights acquired during the pandemic, and also the role that feminist-driven concepts like care had. Also the development of alternative practices related also with the idea of the commons and of health as a common. So I hope there will be more space. But thank you, Rossella. And I turn to Sven, that I kept to the end because he's the one who has studied more in comparative perspective left-wing and right-wing type and forms of protest. We are now working together on the project of anti-vaxxer that certainly doesn't bring optimism in the room, but we were also discussing about potential methodological updating or innovations that one could introduce in order to address democracy and democratic challenges in relations with social movements in these troubled times. So please, Sven, you have the floor.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot. It's also a great honor to be here, and I'm very glad that I can join the conversation. I have to say, I feel a bit like 10 years ago when I first met the Cosmos crowd in Sala Rossa at the UI in fall 2012, when I came to the UI as a Max Weber Fellow. And I had a bit the same strange mix of fear and joy that I have right now at this celebration, because I never met such a big crowd of proper social movement studies before in my life, because they were a rather rare species in kind of Zurich and also Munich, where I had studied before. And I feel still a bit the same, I have to say, today in this room. But when I thought back kind of what preoccupied me back then, and also many people in the room that luckily I can also see today, is of course that we were all under the impression of the Great Recession, and for sure the first and the second phase of what was back then the Eurozone crises and the movements of the squares, especially in Southern Europe. And I just thought I share kind of two moments where I learned a lot from Cosmos, but where I also want more from Cosmos in terms of maybe where we could also sometimes go beyond the usual kind of suspects. I think Cosmos has developed a lot, and Donatella, you showed all the books, so I could not do justice to all of what you do. But I think at the end of the day, when we look at what the center is about, it is about the study of social movements, and that's probably good. But I think to address really the broader question of the relation between social movements and democracy, we should probably do a bit more at times to also look for those cases that did not really materialize in the sense of a proper movement challenging really existing democracy, or at least parts of it. And that's a bit kind of what I wanted to push a bit in this conversation today. Because of course, when we think back at the moment in 2012 and then what happened up to 2015, we had kind of the Southern European experience, and I profited a lot from kind of learning from your research about the substance of conflict at that moment in time in that region, and also the acceleration and the dynamics of conflict at that moment in time. And I think in terms of substance, it was really something different than to kind of the Northwestern European countries that I had studied before, where at least democracy as such, and also the institutional form of democracy, was oftentimes not the core object of contestation. And it was there in the background that we also want to do politics differently, or the new challenger parties from the right and left had these claims as well. But what they pushed very much on the agenda, and what was also taken up by their competitors, were the more substantive policy-related claims, be it on immigration, be it on the environment and the like. But I think that was very different when we look at the movements of the squares and what had happened, especially in the south of Europe. And I think that's kind of where I still struggle a bit when it comes to the units of analysis that we should have. Because if you think about that, we really have at least two different types of crises of representation. We have one that comes much more like a glacier, like kind of a development, where we see certain kind of gaps in the political market evolving, and we see kind of challengers addressing that gap. And we had studied that very much when looking at countries like Switzerland, where I come from, and others, but with tools that were very structuralist in nature, with kind of mapping out the political supply in certain moments over broad kind of time frames. But what we had seen in these other types of crisis of democracy is much more a disruptive earthquake-like evolution. And I think when looking at the kind of books that also came out of Cosmos of that type, of that time period, they looked also at the new movements of that moment and the movement parties of that moment. And I just read again movement parties against austerity that Sid also mentioned, where at the end of the day, you say these movement parties were not like meteorites hitting kind of Earth in this moment, but I think they were still very fluid, very kind of time-dependent entities that also, when we look back now in time, left very different traces across these different countries. And what I just thought, and what we tried then to push also in our work on contentious episodes, is a way to gather systematic information on these cases, where we really have seen kind of movements challenging real democracy out there and kind of going for an institutional reform path, with the many other instances of movements, protests, campaigns, you name them, where they did not successfully manage to bring kind of these claims on the political agenda. And at least the research that we have done on kind of 60 different episodes of contestation in those moments of time showed that it still crucially depended on the political elites and third parties in the countries to what extent they picked actually up these claims. And a very interesting case is actually the case of Spain, where we would have probably said we have the most important and the most forceful movement party that developed, that was also most clearly kind of associated with this reform agenda, that we shouldn't talk about substantive policy issues first, but we have to talk about the political system and the proper reform of the political system and the problems associated with the political elites. But it was actually in that case where we find a lot of contestation pushed through the streets, but not really taken up in political discourse. So it's the curious kind of absence of a proper kind of taking up from the other Spanish parties of those claims. Now they left them kind of with these new entities, which is very different, for example, to the Greek case. And I think that's kind of my wish to you, if we really kind of want to understand the relation between movements and democracy, we have to widen kind of the panorama and get better to really understand under what conditions can movements really push political elites to do that. And apparently it's not just in the movements. In our book, we try to then do it more systematically in kind of a time-dependent fashion. But I have to tell you, with these kind of notions that we use there on sequence analysis and the like, we just didn't get far. So that was my biggest wish to kind of Cosmos, to get better there. Another big wish, and I will speed up given the time frame, is that I think also looking at what we have seen now in the pandemic, we really need more evidence on what the new movement societies in Europe look like. And I think when we look at this moment of pandemic, we also see in relation to questions of democracy, to people's kind of embeddedness in democratic structures, that we see a trend towards a new type of differentiation within the protest arena, of movements that really mobilize those with strong democratic aspirations, people well embedded in civil society, critical of democracy, but still satisfied most of the time with the way democracy works, and an other type of movement, maybe not even a movement, as Mario Diani has said, but protest campaigns and actors that mobilize those that are usually not mobilized, that are very distrusting of most of the structures, but still feel also that some parts of this democratic dream are not for them. And I think that's also what Dieter said about these kind of curious cries for more kind of political freedom or getting certain freedoms back that they feel like have been taken away from them. And I just feel like as social movement scholars, I would love that we get better in mapping out those bigger kind of rifts within the protest landscape. And I know also looking now at the pandemic that most of classic instruments like protest event analyses have gotten worse and worse in doing that, because we as observers, journalists as observers, struggle to kind of give proper labels to these movements, to these strange alliances out there. But I wouldn't go so far, because my plea would have been not only, as Dieter said, to go for more qualitative evidence on the mindsets in people's kind of heads, but to reinvigorate the line of research in social movement studies that was very much pushed by people like Bert Klandermans, to get better in studying mobilization potentials out there in society. but not for the sake of understanding mobilization processes only and to understand who ends up in the streets or not, but to understand how ordinary citizens try to make sense of politics, looking at these movements of our times as signifiers of the state of democracy and the state of our societies. Because I think that's probably also what makes some of these movements really kind of pioneers of democratic reforms and others not, how they are seen by the wider population, and also how we see kind of responses within the wider population. And a big kind of hypothesis that I would have, at least in a country like Germany, also these pandemic-induced movements from the right, but also beyond that, have triggered a lot within the rest of society in a positive sense of feeling like the state can still deliver and the state and democracy are functioning, kind of standing up also against certain challenges. So my wish is for you to study kind of the unusual cases where we don't see a proper challenge to democracy, at least not as it is taken up in the political system. And the second one is really in getting better to map out the broader rifts within these protest arenas that are very much also related to questions of democracy. So thanks a lot for also still being patient with me in this
Thank you, Sven, very much. And I think it's interesting to show how networked all our topics are, that Sven ended up where Katrin started this morning, also with the importance of the analysis of the broad population in order to single out also the obstacles to participation by the citizens. So thank you all. I think you have given us a lot of ideas for the next 10 years, maybe even more, but now I think we have some time for the debate, because the next sessions will start at 5 o'clock with 2 Californians. So I guess that they are just waking up, like Phil. And so we have some minutes also for the discussion, shortening a bit the break. So comments? No comment? Are there comments that those who participated in the roundtable want to give to each other? So Sid, Mario, Phil, Sven, Rossella, Dieter.
Donatella, it's so long since I gave my talk earlier this morning. I'm not sure I remember everything I said, but I did listen very carefully to the other participants, and I learned a lot from all of them. Let me make one side comment to Rossella, and that is to applaud the interest that she has in the relationship between institutional elites and social movements. Rossella, I'm sure you know the work that's being done in Latin America by some of our colleagues working on the Southern Cone, but what you might not have read, and it's very interesting, is Robert Lieberman's work on the alliance between the American Civil Rights Movement and the federal administration. He was the first, I think, to notice that movements very often forge alliances with bureaucrats, and his work from 2007 probably will complement what you're doing on social movements and social welfare. A comment for Sven, who as usual is much more modest than he has a right to be about his own contributions. I found the article on sequence analysis, on which I commented, I think, to have been a real breakthrough in the transformation of protest event analysis from the analysis of single events to the analysis of sequences. And I think you're being too modest in the claims you make for it. And I thought that the book with Hans-Peter and your other collaborators was a major breakthrough because it manages to bring together both protest event analysis with comparison of both countries and regions. In my God, Sven, 30 countries in Europe. I felt lucky when I was your age to be able to study 2 countries. And so I think if you were to be honest, you would say this is a really major breakthrough in social movement studies, and I applaud you for it.
Thank you. Mario, and then Sven.
Sorry, I'm not in great shape today. Can I ask a question? I mean, a very basic one and a silly one and a crass one. But anyway, the whole discussion here, not only here, has been based on the fact that, on the assumption that social movements are careers of democracy. I think we should also start considering whether social movements may not also be sinking democracy, contribute to sinking democracy in some elements. And I just again a cynical commentary and a crass one and a simplistic one. But democracy is in many ways, let's say, I'm not discovering it, but it's based and survives on a very strong and very hidden assumption that the people, the demos are ruling. Most of the times, it only works when some sections of the population are ruling, and when actually there are even timid attempts to give voice to others, to a larger set of the population, the system very often starts to crumble. And I made two cases. I mean, I don't think Say was talking about Trump. And I'm asking, I'm not claiming, I'm simply asking, I would like to ask, to what extent is a phenomenon like Trumpism that is very little democratic as far as I can see, there is very little with democracy, is the revitalization of sectors that at best tolerated democracy because we're unable to coordinate and we're unable to promote joint efforts. But to what extent is not just being spurred by the fact that there have been some very tiny gains for minorities, for women, for blacks in America, for minorities of any sort. And that has prompted an immense reaction. Second example that I'm making. Political parties kept under control, the left-wing political parties kept under control the popular masses, workers, working class, etc. in Europe, and the PCI did that. Labour Party did that to some extent, but as soon as these phenomena, the grip of these parties and the ability of these parties to deliver, at least partially in terms of welfare benefits and so on, as loosened, as long as this appeared, these sectors have become prey to right-wing politics on a massive scale. And what you're seeing in Italy, not only in Italy, with the kind of convergence which is taking place now between first the anti-vaccine and then now the anti, let's call it simplistically pro-Putin front, I think it's extremely scary. And it's a sign of dynamics which are going out of control following the demise of traditional parties. And I think social movement to some extent also contributed to that.
Thank you, Mario. I have Sven and Hans-Jörg.
Yes, maybe just on that, I completely agree, Mario, but I think there it would be really interesting to see also the counter reaction that we see right now, also in terms of kind of the counter reaction to these movements that are often, especially in the pandemic, the only force of resistance. Of course, kind of a very critical and one that we don't like, but I think they often had also spillover effects in the broader population that went kind of in a different direction. So I think it's very contingent right now. And Sid, thanks a lot for pushing me to sell it a bit better. I think I was just looking at the data once more, and all of you are also invited to do so because it's also publicly available to understand with that data under what conditions we really see a scale shift from these claims towards, for example, austerity reforms or kind of specific institutional reforms to a broader challenge to democracy and the political elite. And there I just realized this kind of data that we have right now is not yet good enough to do that. But I think the approach as such is probably the right one to go into a much more kind of dynamic modeling of these decisions of the political elites to take up some of the claims also kind of raised by challengers and others not. So that was kind of where I thought we failed, but I hope we deliver other things. But I have a curiosity also for Dieter, because I would be curious where you would start with this big endeavor, like which would be, for example, a case or a country and the level where you would just start doing it and where you think it's most urgent, because I feel the need myself of what you said you would need to study, but just where to start.
Let me take also Hans-Jörg questions and then I give the floor to Dieter.
Yes, this is somehow related. There was quite some concern expressed about the democratic backlashes by Dieter and by others. And also the question was kind of linked, constitutionally linked to democracy. And the democratic backlash is real, it is kind of unexpected, but it is not only our concern, it is also the concern of many citizens and populations who start to mobilize. So one question would be whether we are existing or will exist in not so distant future a kind of backlash against the cultural backlash, which could be, again, a new mobilization for democracy, a kind of re-democratization movement, which kind of follows automatically from the cultural backlash, because people and majorities of people are still concerned with democracy and are ready to mobilize. So this could be a possible future scenario, which is a new form of mass mobilization or mass movements in support of democracy, precisely in places where democracy is put at risk.
To Hans-Jörg, and I can add to Hans-Jörg questions, comment also some examples. For instance, Chile or Argentina have been cases of successful resistance, and this is not happening not only in Latin America. Of course, not all cases in Latin America are cases of successful resistance, but I think that it would be important also to bring back cross-country comparative analysis of these different types of trajectories in order to understand which movements are successful when. Because of course we know that as political parties, also social movements can be pro and anti-democracy, they can be pro certain conceptions of democracy or others, but that there are different cases in which campaigns for democracy are successful, for re-democratization are successful, and other in which they are not. Dieter, you want to?
Sorry. Sorry, yeah, it's okay. Well, Sven's question, where to start, of course, I sketched not really a project, but just a direction, what to study. and I didn't specify how to study it, but in order not to avoid the question, some basic ideas. If you want to understand the rise of right-wing groups, movements, etc., in the last 15, 20 years, I think you need to look at a four-corner field. If you look at structures and dimensions, the four corners are the right-wing movements. That's the basic unit of analysis. But in order to understand the emergence and development of these movements, you have to look at three other points of reference. One is the state, the elites, the party system. The next one is the counter movement, progressive movements, if you like. And the fourth one is the public debate, the media, etc. So you need to look at these four corners and the interplay, the interchanges between these reference points. In order to study it empirically, I would suggest not to start with a great number of cases, 30 or 40 or 50 cases, but rather to start with a limited set of carefully selected, strategically selected countries, let's say 4 to 6 countries, maybe 8 countries, and you have to base the selection on a theoretical sampling strategy. I didn't think about this in detail, so I cannot elaborate on this, but I think to get a more in-depth side, you cannot do it with many countries, but you can do it only with a relatively small selection of countries. And then finally, then I would try also to build in the 3 levels I have briefly alluded to: micro, meso, and macro levels. So we have to understand how people, ordinary people, the average person, a man in the streets or a woman in the streets, perceives the state, perceives the media, perceives the movement and the counter movement. At the intermediate level, the meso level, we have to study how these groups relate to the ordinary people on the one hand, how they relate to the media and how they relate to the state. On the structural level, we have to also to look how these structures or processes are perceived by the media and by the collective actors. But beyond that, we also need statistical data on what is actually going on. So this is a very preliminary and probably unclear answer, but it at least makes clear that this is a very big enterprise. This is a huge effort. And as I said before, it couldn't be done by just one group. There should be a network of groups or research centers or projects that relate in some way without having one clearly structured, coherent project. But it's rather a framework than a big mega project.
Thank you, Dieter. I see also Sid. I don't know if it is a hand from before, but did you want to intervene again?
Okay, comment.
So
just
actually, I got lost a little bit because we moved on to the debate that Dieter started, but I wanted to respond to Mario, who made a quick reference to Trumpism as a movement. And I hope he's going to have a chance to look at my new book on movements and parties in the United States, where I give a great deal of attention to Trumpism. And one of the things that's quite emerging quite clearly about Trumpism is that it is not a historical anomaly. Not only does it compare in many ways to European populism, but it also compares in many ways to previous episodes of American right-wing populism. And one of the striking things is that the use of democratic institutions to create anti-democratic outcomes is something that repeats itself over and over and over in American history, starting with the post-Civil War creation of the anti-Black Jim Crow movement, which used the institutions of democracy in order to suppress it. And this is what is most striking about the legacy of the Trump movement today. That is, Trump seems to be disappearing into his hideaway in Florida, but all around the United States, state legislatures are suppressing the institutions of democracy, drawing on Trump as an inspiration, but going well beyond the kinds of things that he was trying to accomplish. So in fact, to just go back to my somewhat confused considerations this morning, if you will, America has strong democratic institutions which were able to be manipulated by an anti-democratic coalition in the presence of a neoliberal system. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all. We have now 7 minutes break before the last short round of presentation on the encyclopedia. I hope that Doug and Dave will join us soon. So 7 minutes to have a coffee, a glass of water, and we reconvene. Lorenzo? Okay, we can start. So welcome to all of you to this session of the last sessions of the Happy Birthday Conference for Cosmos. And I'm very grateful to David Snow and Doug McAdam, who have edited the second edition of the encyclopedia with me, to have accepted to participate in the celebration, and also by presenting some ideas that have led the development and implementation of the project of a second edition. So I wanted to show the picture with the of the new encyclopedia. Can you see it? Which costed us a lot of commitment during the pandemic time. Actually, we did all the work online during periods of lockdown. And it has been a huge work, and the reasons why I also thought would be interesting to present it now is because it has been an experience of collaborations with scholars from different parts of the world. Cosmos scholars have participated together with many others. We went from about 400 entries to 550 entries. And we have introduced a lot of new topics, new perspectives, and new reflections. So I want to give the floor, first of all, to my co-authors, co-editors, and start with Dave, who has been really leading us with kindness and commitment during the whole process. So Dave.
Yes, thank you very much, Donatella. Greetings to all of you from different parts of the world. And many of you, perhaps most of you, have contributed to this edition and the first edition of the encyclopedia. In constructing and assembling the now completed second edition, our aim is in the first edition had been to provide an authoritative, up-to-date compendium of important social movements, revolutions, and related collective phenomena worldwide, along with major concepts, theories, and methods, with now around between 550 and 600 entries organized alphabetically across four volumes and written by an international panel of contributors from sociology, political science, anthropology, human geography, and social psychology. We think we have produced an encyclopedia on movements and collective action that has achieved this objective and is unparalleled in scope and depth. Turning to the expanded second edition, it includes a mixture of previously published unrevised entries, previously published revised entries, and some 200 new entries on significant social and political movements that have occurred over the past decade. Included among these new entries are those on contemporary environmental movements, the rise of populism and nationalism, the Black Lives Matter and Me Too movements, right-wing movements, the January 6th assault on the United States Capitol, the spread of the white supremacy movement worldwide, the anti-vaccine movement, misinformation and conspiracism, independence movements in Hong Kong and Catalonia, and more. Throughout the encyclopedia, the entries written and revised by an extensive international team of scholars describe an array of social protests, collective action initiatives, and political developments and changes, while providing a deeper understanding of the social worlds in which they emerge and operate. As a whole, the now 4-volume encyclopedia presents broad-based and interdisciplinary coverage of major social and political movements throughout different historical periods and geographic regions. It contains hundreds of state-of-the-art entries organized and edited by we think a prestigious advisory editorial team of leading scholars in the field. Doug, why don't you go over this team of advisory editors?
Okay, I'm happy to do that, Dave. Yes, Dave says, I mean, this was an extraordinary collaboration, that literally spanned the globe. And I thought it was we thought it was worth sharing with you the names of the advisory editors, because these folks did a heck of a lot of work besides the 4 chief editors. And again, it underscores just how collaborative this project was, but also how international. So I'll mention the affiliations of all the advisory editors. Kate Alexander from the University of Johannesburg, Paul Almeida from University of California, Merced, Andrzej Cesar from Charles University in Prague, Alison Crosley, Stanford University, Charles Dimitriou, Lund University in Sweden, Brian Doherty, Kiel University in the UK, Charles Kurzman, who's the co-director of the Center for Middle East and Islamic Studies at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Rory McVeigh at the University of Notre Dame, Qingquan Li at UCLA, Zakaya Luna at Washington University in St. Louis, and Federico Rossi at the National University of San Martin in Argentina. you know, this is, as Dave says, a very distinguished international group of social movement scholars. I think Dave coordinated the entire collaboration just spectacularly well. It was great fun to collaborate again with Donatella. Again, we wanted to highlight the extensive nature of the collaboration and the international nature of that collaboration. Dave, let me turn it back to you.
Yeah, I just might also add that in addition to contemporary movements, that also includes social and political historical developments such as the French Revolution, the Chinese Communist Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the American Civil Rights Movement, the Portuguese Revolution, and so on. And it includes an array of entries on gender and sexuality, race and ethnicity, identity, class, religion, and social control. And these are all structured in a relatively user-friendly A to Z format. The publication date is 2023, but the encyclopedia will actually be available towards the end of this year. And as it's the last one, we think it will be an important and valuable reference for advanced undergraduate students, graduate students, and of course, researchers such all of us in the fields of social movements across a number of disciplines. And so our hope is that we know many of you found it the first edition useful, and our hope is that the second edition is equally useful. And many of you, perhaps a majority, contributed to it, and thank you for your contributions as well. And with that, I'll turn it back to Donatella and Doug, and may want to add something, and some of you may have some questions.
Yes.
Well, can I say one more thing, Donatella?
Yes, sure.
Quite apart from the encyclopedia, I wanted to congratulate you and Cosmos on 10 amazing years. You know, the field of social movement studies or contentious politics has really benefited from kind of institutional centers over the years. There was Visit Bay, where you and I first met over ice cream, many ice creams. There is
German ice cream, but nevertheless.
There was Bert's research group in Amsterdam that really was an important institutional center. There's still the Social Movement Center at Notre Dame. But I would argue that Cosmos, certainly in the more recent period, has been the single most important center for social movement scholarship. And we thank you as members of that field and wish you many more years of success.
Thank you, Doug, very much. And thank you, David. And we wait for both of you. Doug visit is already scheduled, and we hope to schedule a visit by Dave soon. Just wanted to add very short remarks on the encyclopedia. First of all, to say that it has been very satisfactory to be able to involve so many people that I think besides the informational work, I think what moved us was also the acknowledgement of the importance to make information available on the many social movements that were and have been active in different parts of the world, and sometimes we know very little about them. So I think that it was also sort of a commitment to make these experiences known. And referring to the debate that we had in the previous sessions on collective actions and democratic challenges, I think that's about 200 new entries testifies to something that I think Mario stated in the previous debate, that we saw a lot of collective actions. So we saw collective action going in different directions, and we tried to take this challenge seriously in the new editions, introducing also entries on right-wing type of movements in the United States, the Trumpism, but also others. We noticed a lot of movements that had sort of ambivalent positions between pro-democracy and progressive and regressive attitudes. We have seen new movement emerging from the legacies of previous one, like the anti-vaccine that Dave covered in the encyclopedia. But we also saw a lot of movements acting for democracy. So we saw a lot of mobilizations against the backlash, against the backsliding, and against authoritarianism, and they are reflected also in new entries in the encyclopedia, from Gezi Park to Hong Kong, from Lebanon to Chile. So I think that also, if we wanted to analyze the topic of the 200 new entries, they show that there have been a lot of collective actions, not all in the same directions, but not only to the right, to the contrary, there have been also a lot of progressive movements. And in fact, also the issues that Dave mentioned, like intersectionality and so on, have been represented in entries on movements like Black Lives Matter, like the new wave of women's movements, like the Fridays for Future, that have certainly also characterized recent time, and that have characterized also different ways of addressing and claiming a deepening of democracy. Last observations is that beside broadening the territorial coverage of the encyclopedia, we also tried to reflect to a certain extent the characteristic of the new movements by introducing entries that address issues that have been maybe a bit forgotten in the past. So in the previous sessions, we talked a lot about capitalism development, and capitalism class and so on are well represented among the new entries. We talked about new concepts like intersectionalities, the commons and so on that have been introduced by social movements on the progressive sides. And as also Dave and Doug mentioned before, tried to take seriously the challenge of contentious politics proposals to broaden the field of attention beyond the narrow definitions of social movements, to include also entries on the revolutions in the past and the present, nationalist type of movements, democratization processes, and so on. So it's a lot to read. I think it's a more, but probably Dave and Doug know it better. I've read about 2,000 pages of thick and heavy volumes. And I think that's, we need already to plan a third edition in 10 years. And we present it in the next happy birthday anniversary of Cosmos. Mario would like to say something.
I have curiosity. I mean, apart the praise has already been said, so I join the congratulations. But can you put the front page of the encyclopedia on again?
I will try.
Looks okay.
No?
I was wondering if there is any particular reason behind the Professor McAdam changing his name. The last time I haven't seen him for many years, but the last time it was MC Adam, and now we see MAC Adam. And
oh my God. No, that's
this is also something that I noted.
Oh my God, I hope we
You know, that can be corrected quickly, I think.
I hope so. And I'd never been referred to Douglas. The only person who ever referred to me as Douglas was my mother when she was mad at me.
I was only
I noticed it only now. Now when I prepared the PowerPoint, I noticed that it was written McAdam in different ways with the A.
If it's of any consolation to you, the new version is it's an Italian song by famous songwriter Paolo Conte. Vecchia pista di elefanti stesa sopra il macadam. Macadam was the name they were referring to. The surface of roads, the color of roads in Italy in the past, apparently. So you have your new identity has found the proper location in the Italian popular culture.
Other questions or curiosity?
Donatella, I have to take off, so let me once again thank you and congratulate you and Cosmos, and thank you very much for including me in these discussions.
Thank you, Sid. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye, Sid.
Hey, Dave, how do we change that?
We'll do that. I'll get on the make some quick internet connections, email connections right after we get off.
Okay.
And
thank you, Mario.
So you can take $2,000 out of your prestigious salary and pay for a new cover to all the. You didn't check.
No, it's not been published yet. It's not published, and I saw that it is also not on the web pages of Blackwell. So it should be easy.
I will say one thing, Donatella and Dave. I mean, Donatella, you were mentioning the number of pages of text you read, and I didn't have a precise number, but it certainly would be in that ballpark. And I've got to say, it was at times challenging, but boy, did I learn a lot, because so many of these entries were on either movements I didn't know much about, or in some cases didn't know at all. And as well as new conceptual entries as well. So it was a wonderful way to kind of take the measure of the field, 10 years after the publication of the first encyclopedia. And again, I salute you, Donatella, for all the work you put in, and Dave, you just absolutely coordinated the overall project really beautifully.
Well, thank you. I wanted to just add expand on something Donatella said in her comments. And just as Cosmos has functioned as an international link for the expansion of social movement studies for the past decade, one of the primary functions of this encyclopedia has been to bring social movement scholars throughout the world together into a more tightly knit scholarly community. Yeah, we've all learned something in terms of different social movements and collective actions in part of the world which we weren't familiar with. And some may wonder that are all these different collective actions and movements important? Whether they are or not, what bringing them into the encyclopedia does is expand the network of social movement scholars around the world, and in the process helps develop and enhance that community of scholars. So I think that's an important function, and one of the reasons for trying to include broadly scholars at all levels around the world. And that was one of the primary functions of our advisory editors. and why we selected them to make sure the different regions of the world were covered.
And in fact, reading them also is telling about the development of the disciplines in terms of high degree of professional commitment. I think we didn't have to reject any single entry, and all of them, I think, are very high quality. And this makes me thinking, since we are in an anniversary conference, we can also look at the past. And with Dave, with Doug, with Mario, with John, with Sid and Dieter, we met long time ago at a conference that whose participations were more or less all the scholars of social movement studies, and it was in the 80s. And now the field, thanks to the work of many of you, has been developing a lot, but not only in terms of numbers, also I think in terms of qualities. And this is also something that the encyclopedia proves very much.
Can I add something on that? Yes. Oh, it's interesting that the range of topics covered and the range of cases covered, and it also, I think it also marks a step up. I mean, I'm based on what to say. It also signals a change since the time we put together the Oxford Handbook of Social Movements, Neuchâtel and I, which was not ages ago. But I remember quite, it wasn't that simple. We started off at the time trying to cover systematically experiences non-based in the West. It was not so obvious, I would say. We had to reject a few chapters, and it wasn't easy, despite to find a range of sustained range of contributors on that. I mean, combining let's call it mainstream into inverted commas approach, theoretical approaches, and analysis of case studies. We didn't quite stretch out of the West. I mean, we had chapters covering that, but it was not so. Yeah, it's not even 10 years ago.
Right. So let me thank you all very much. Those who have patiently attended all the day, and those who have woken up very early to attend these afternoon sessions. And we wait for all of you in Cosmos. I've calculated that in the last 10 years, we had 200 visitors and about 500 participants in conferences. So I think we deserve some recognitions by the tourist office in Florence. And we are willing to continue in these directions. So thank you all for a wonderful day, and looking forward to see you soon again.
Thank you, Donatella, for hosting.
Thank you, and congratulations.
To rescheduling my visit to Florence.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for hosting.
Bye.
Oh.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.